Naruto looked up towards his comrade and best friend as he told him to do everything he could to rescue Sakura and run, because he didn't want to lose another important friend. Disbelief filled those cerulean hues as they focused on Uchiha Sasuke as they were located on the branch of a tree in the forest outside Konohagakure. Their fight was with one similar towards the blonde ninja. However, those words had struck him with something. Inspiration or perhaps a complete realization to the situation. Everyone was doing their best to fight this battle, to protect everything and everyone that they held precious in their hearts. Standing up with a quiet set of determination and confidence, he scoffed slightly before staring up toward the other bearer of a demonic presence, Gaara. I thought he was strong, was the first part of his speech filled with this newly acquired determination, as his fists began to clench at his sides in a way to control his emotions. As soon as he had spoken, however, a surprised Sasuke would stare at his friend in complete astonishment. Was Naruto actually thinking about going back up to try and hold his own against that psychopath again? Is Naruto crazy? There was no way Sasuke was going to risk losing his best friend and Sakura, all because Naruto thought he was ready to fight. That is, until he heard the rest of the ninja's statement and recognized the determination lighting the clear of his eyes like a fire. But it was a rage of blue instead of red and orange dancing in the line of his Sharingan. I thought he was strong at first, because he fought only for himself and for love of himself. But I was wrong. Being strong doesn't mean fighting for yourself. It's giving your all to protect something or someone important. Then, and only then, do we have the strength to do anything. Naruto continued to lock that cold glare towards the partially intrigued Gaara, his thoughts moving back to the story that the red-haired male gave him in that hospital room. It infuriated him to think that something like that he let someone who believed being alive was only confirmed by murdering others let him scare him. He was Uzumaki Naruto, the one who'd outshine all previous Hokages. And he was frightened by someone who was just like him? At first, I thought we were just alike. That is, until I realized something in your words, Sasuke. A fox-like grin would be flashed towards the male as he glanced towards him, knowing well that his friend was relying on the cursed seal rather than his own abilities right now for strength. When you fight to protect something, you're fighting past your own limits, and like Gaara, I've had no one look at me with any human decency except Iruka-sensei and Kakashi-sensei. My childhood was something that will haunt me until the day I die. But, unlike me, you had a family. For a split second, Gaara tensed as he debated that thought momentarily when the words had left Uzumaki's mouth and was about to protest to them until he was cut off. It doesn't matter what your father did. What about your teammates? They're your family too, right? And you just knock your own sister out of the way just to get your hive off killing someone. Naruto's anger was beginning to rise even more than it had initially as he glanced towards the side from the corner of his eye, viewing the Sankunoichi that was a silent spectator to the events. Naruto. Sasuke had never seen the boy so intent to fight someone, so wound up to finish a battle with an intent to kill. He knew better than anyone that Naruto couldn't kill the demon that stood opposing them. Nothing I say will stop him now, and damn it, I expended too much chakra using the seal as a backup. I can't stop Naruto even if I tried to move. Sasuke cursed himself mentally as he fell back to his feet, looking up to see Naruto's fist swirling with chakra in response towards his anger. He had the feeling the boy was about to do something more to amaze him, even if he hated to admit it. This fight was now in Naruto's hands. At the same time as this, the Sankunoichi that took refuge towards the bottom half of the surrounding trees would have met those eyes briefly, and they caused her to flinch. They seemed to be confirming his statement as she tensed, thinking back to the times growing up with Gaara and the murderous intent that her sibling harbored ever since he was little. She was able to control his emotions better than most. But was this her and her family's fault? Or was the Uzumaki dunce correct in assuming that Gaara did have family that cared? Albeit, she was frightened of him more than anything in the world. But how would she feel if something by some miracle was able to kill or almost kill her baby brother? Temari was a bit unsettled at this mental development or debate, rather, that was roaming through her mind. Her thoughts were focused on the words that had left the younger Nin's mouth moments ago, as she couldn't avert her gaze from those clear pools of blue. Uzumaki Naruto? No matter. He still can't stop Gaara. She had to find a way to occupy her thoughts from the altering revelational speech, and would have succeeded too. If, of course, Naruto would have simply ceased to talk at that point in time. I never had a family. I don't even know what it's like to have the thought of a sister or a brother's affection, because I was always alone. I was outcast and despised. My existence seemed to only bring pain, but you simply knocked your sister back and probably would have killed her. You and the rest of the Sand Ninjas came into our home and tried to destroy it. Stopping, he smiled as he released the grip of his clenched fists and took his gaze from the vessel of the Shikaku's sister to Gaara himself. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I have no one to protect or love, but because of that, I'll protect everyone. Eyes from all directions would come to rest on the boy as he declared that to the world, thoughts forming in the very core of all witnesses' hearts and minds. Sasuke could only blink before smirking slightly, his head falling to the side as he mumbled something towards the blonde. Show off. Temari stood there unchanged by this statement, until it hit her entirely. I'm a part of everyone too. Gaara could only smirk, those aquamarine hues staring hungrily at the new resolve Uzumaki held, because that would make it all the sweeter when he tasted his blood. However, there was a surprise that was more than what the Shikaku vessel had anticipated, as he noticed the hand seals the boy was using. His Kagebushin no Jutsu. So what if he makes a few clones? Uzumaki, they won't be able to save you. Gaara could have only imagined how wrong a few clones were in estimation, as suddenly a set of thousands of Narutos began to occupy the treetops in every corner that the ninjas could have hoped to occupy. And then, Nani? Sasuke could only stare with his mouth agape, never in his life seeing a replication of such magnitude being performed with such ease. Who was this kid that stood before him? It couldn't have been Naruto. There's no way he could have improved that much in only a month's time, is there? Then again, as he witnessed the Naruto 2000 hit combo, he could only assume that he was insane to believe it was all true. Temari watched in disbelief as Naruto assaulted her brother and actually managed to damage him. This was something that up until now had been achieved by the Uchiha, but even he couldn't have hurt Gaara more than a small flesh wound at the time. For once in her life, she saw the bloodlust in her brother's eyes, even at a great distance for her own safety, reach a new level of desire. He found that blonde-haired idiot, though she admit he was more skilled than he appeared to be, a worthy enough challenge for the true form of the Shikaku. Hey, he released it, the true form of that, the demon inside of Gaara. We're all dead, she thought as she watched the ongoing fight now between her brother and Naruto, who was championed by a summoning jutsu. The frog boss himself, where could have a number one most disappointing ninja have learned to pull that one off, yet alone, hoped to defeat Gaara. The battle cry for his opponent's name caused her to hold on to the tree she was stationed in, tried to ignore the ecstatic Uzumaki Naruto. Temari couldn't believe the determination she witnessed, and the completion of what she felt was an impossible feat. The defeat of her little brother and the demon within him. Was Gaara also one of the people he wanted to protect? Naruto was running up the head of the Shikaka beast, as his fist would be jammed right into Gaara's jaw, successfully awakening the sleeping boy, thus disabling the true strength of the demonized raccoon. Everyone had been watching him, because this was his battle. He was the only one who stood a chance against Gaara, mostly because of his training with Ero Sennin, but more importantly that he too had a demon sealed within him. He refused to acknowledge any type of defeat, and was most thankful for the frog boss making him his official subordinate due to the fact that it would have been impossible to land this strike in the first place without it. They're all watching me now like they did then, and soon flashbacks of the past moments flew into his mind and line of vision. After Naruto had declared that he would protect everyone, because he had no one, he began to form the hand seals for his Kagebushin no Jutsu. He was expecting a good number, But even he was surprised at the thousands of complete shadow replications he had created, but now wasn't the time to revel in his accomplishment. Immediately he, counting every single Naruto that the eye could see, charged the mentally insane Gaara. They assaulted him with a series of punches and kicks that he dubbed as the Naruto doesn't hit combo, knocking the boy back and disabling some usage of his sand. It was then that he had to keep track, though the taste for the attack was less than appropriate. The 1,000 years of pain that Kakashi had done to him during the bell test was issued with the combination of an exploding tag. Even after Naruto had struck the area right underneath the tail, nothing seemed to happen for approximately a good minute, having blown both Gaara and himself back. Gaara, however, was suffering from the loss of sand that held up his demonic attributes. I didn't expect him to attack there. Gaara was beginning to enjoy this battle even more than his bout with the Uchiha, as Naruto seemed to be full of surprises that kept his confirmation for existence burning with renewed vigor after each attack. He hadn't expected he would have to resort to using the full transformation in this destruction plan initiated by his country, but it was worth it to see how Uzumaki would react. At least, that was how he reasoned, having his body be the starting point for a rising raccoon made of pure sand, taking up a destructive amount of the forested area. Uzumaki Naruto. Well, this was something Naruto didn't expect right offhand, but he was already on his way to roll with the punches as he took a bit of blood onto his fingers and smirked. Now, I'll get to show off my new move. I be Sasuke will be jealous. Wait, no time for that. I have to save Sakura-chan, protect Sasuke, and even that girl Temari, whatever, the sand lady. Sumonin technique. With that said, and the blood price for the jutsu paid for, Naruto found himself standing quite smugly atop the boss frog's head as he looked across towards Gaara, who was mounted inside, yet atop the Shikaku's head. That was as far as his momentary flashback was given to him, as he soon noticed that the frog boss tongue was wrapped around him and protecting him from sand outside his body. But what about the sand that was starting to get him from underneath? Crap, crap. What do I? Wait, that stupid fox. Naruto didn't have time to think about it twice, as he demanded the Kyuubi give him some of his chakra. After all, if Naruto died, so did the greater demon as well. From here, the rest is pretty much easy to discern. Gaara was defeated and changed by the mindset and will of Naruto, who in turn was severely drained and battered up during the fight. Both were taken back by their respective teammates. The fighting was over, but the thoughts that lingered in its wake were not. Temari was on the other side, Fo Kankuro, carrying Gaara from under the shoulders as they traveled through the trees. All she was able to see or identify was that Naruto had managed to defeat her brother and dispel the Shikaku transformation, and then they had a final exchange of punches atop the trees in which both were lost for a time. She and her brother found their sibling beaten and terrified by the crawling blonde, and she herself was frightened with the fact Gaara lost. Of course, the Kunoichi kept this to herself until she heard the one line that forever changed her life, aside from Naruto's declaration to protect everyone. Temari, Kankuro, I'm sorry. Their brother had apologized to them after that battle. She fathomed that something was said between the two that had altered Gaara's person, and the defeat to the most unthinkable ninja in the world might have been another factor to it. Right now, the only thing that mattered was getting Gaara to safety. She could thank Uzumaki later. Approximately 2.5 years later, sitting within the shinobi village of Konohagakure, the Hidden Leaf Village, an overly bored boy would be found devouring his 14th bowl of ramen from the Ichiraka ramen stand. Was it good? Asked the old man behind the counter as he was already working on his favorite customer's 15th bowl of miso pork ramen. Those rich hues of blue would look up immediately from the bowl, adding an innocent taste to the blonde ninja as he replied with energy. Yeah, more ramen. It was the same reply issued over and over for the last 10 minutes. Uzumaki Naruto, the #1 loudest ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, was enjoying the beginning part of his day with glee. Usually, when nothing happened, it caused him to become bored and a bit agitated. However, just knowing that later during the day he'd be called on to complete his A-rank mission was enough to keep his spirits high. Before Naruto could dwell more on the vague mission that Kakashi-sensei informed him about earlier, another bowl of ramen was placed before him as he turned to completely decimate the unsuspecting food. The owner of the Ichiraka ramen stand could only smile and shake his head passively. Well, that's our number one best customer for you. Meanwhile, in the office of the Godame Hokage, Tsunade was referring to a packet that held detailed information on a mission request document. Sighing, she would turn to lie back in her chair, hoping desperately to have a drink and be rid of this paperwork. It wasn't that she disliked her job. However, the paperwork was hell. Tsunade would simply smirk as her assistant Shizen happened to walk through the door of her office and tossed her the packet. "Tell me what it says, Shizen." I wonder what else I should do before the secret mission Kakashi-sensei was talking about starts. The boy would be walking down the busy streets of the village. The cold stares placed on him by the majority of the village went mostly ignored since he came to find that now he has people that care. The rest can go to hell. Naruto smirked as he decided to check on Sakura-chan and see how she was doing. Yet the moment he decided to run off, with a poof of a smirk, a Jounin stood in front of him. "Yo!" Naruto stopped immediately, jumping back some at the sudden appearance, but could only help to reply. "Kakashi-sensei." The gray-haired Jounin would smirk underneath his mask. Not that anyone could tell directly, but the movement of his eye indicated he was at least attempting to smile or something right. "Hello, Naruto. I assume that you're ready to hear about your mission?" The youthful ninja smirked, his finger being moved directly underneath his nose in a cocky gesture. "You bet, Kakashi-sensei. So, what exactly is this mission about?" The older male smirked underneath his mask while feigning ignorance to the details of this event, while leading his pupil toward the tower of the requested Hokage. He followed the steps of his instructor with complete obedience, and upon entering the office of Konohagakure's Hokage, did what he felt was necessary. "He Oba-chan." This was responded by a twitch and growled wording from Tsunade. "I told you, Tio, stop calling me that." Naruto only smirked before shrugging. "Anyway, Oba-chan, what's this A-rank mission you have for the future Hokage?" She sighed, watching his eagerness cause a slight smirk to come to play as Tsunade decided she'd play on Naruto's ego for a moment. "Well, Naruto-kun, before I tell you what the mission details, let me explain to you why you're the best fit for this job and why you'll be working alone." Tsunade purposely stressed the last word to gain the younger ninja's attention completely. He was dependable for missions involving teamwork. However, Naruto rarely had to ever conceive the notion of performing a solo mission at the level of Genin, even with the act that he could probably be considered Jounin level already. Naruto could only look at her with curiosity, those eyes becoming mere slants as he debated himself the reasons why he would be sent on a solo mission, knowing that he worked best with Sakura-chan and Kakashi-sensei. "Well, Oba-chan, spill it already. Why am I the best fit for this mission besides the fact I'm the number one ninja in the village?" It was during this time that the silent spectator, Kakashi, interrupted Naruto's comment. The number one loudest and surprising ninja, to be sure. The blonde simply scoffed, folding his arms over his chest while his head moved to be stuck up in the air. "Yeah, so I've been told." Tsunade couldn't help but place a stifled giggle at these antics, before remembering the details she were about to divulge to Naruto. During the time of the third Hokage, our current allies from Suna, mainly their current Kazekage Gaara, you were able to defeat and in turn alter his way of proving his existence. It is in this fact, Naruto-kun, after the mission to retrieve Gaara, that the friendship between the both of you was acknowledged in the eyes of current witness parties from both sides. Tsunade paused for a moment, hoping to see whether or not the boy was able to catch on from this point. He did, after all, have exponential growth in the company of that pervert Jiraiya. The boy would take a moment to look at his older sibling-like figure before thinking hard on what she was telling him. Obviously, whatever this mission was, it had to do with his friendship with Gaara. Therefore, he could assume he might have to go to the hidden village of sand. Tsunade-bachan, since basically what you're telling me revolves around Gaara, I guess that means that this super A-rank mission is a request from the Kazekage himself. A hand would move to stroke his chin briefly, as Naruto glanced at the Hokage with slight intrigue. Or maybe it was a complete loss of insight. However, our favorite ninja was not immediately answered by Tsunade, but Kakashi instead. Well, it seems even Naruto has learned to state the obvious. Of course, this attempt to push Naruto's buttons worked, but not as well as it would have, say, maybe 2.5 years ago. Wow, I do just fine stating things, Kakashi-sensei. The boy seemed to find himself growling the last remark, while both adult figures took a minor laugh at his expense. Sometimes it was still too good not to pass up on a chance to embarrass or degrade their younger affiliate. Anyway, began Tsunade, yes, this is a direct request from the current Kazekage and be met to the letter since he was so vehement on this arrangement. This immediately caught Naruto's attention due to one simply fact, and that was Gaara wasn't passionate about anything that he could ever tell. Those cerulean hues would turn to widen in apparent shock that Gaara's name and any word relating to passionate or emotions in general could fit into the same sentence. He did admit that his friend was indeed getting better at socializing and acceptance, but to be passionate about signing Naruto up for a mission? So, Gaara wants me to do something for him. Okay, well, I never let any of my precious people down, so I promise to do it no matter what it takes. As he spoke those words, his trademark of a fox-like smirk would dart his face pleasantly, making him look childish but in an adorable manner. It was those words, with her own smirk and mental check, that Tsunade wanted to hear. Good, then let me go ahead and inform you about what the mission actually is then, Naruto-kun. When did she start using the Koen honorific instead of her more adoring term brat? She had no idea, but playing on his ego was quite entertaining, even if she meant the politeness. As a sign of good relations between Sand and Leaf, we needed to send someone to live in Suna and assist the Kazekage directly for about a year or so. And as you guessed, he chose no one other than his dearest friend, Naruto-kun. And maybe because we've arranged a sort of surprise to ensure two unsuspecting people's happiness, while keeping good relations, I'm good. The silent Jounin smiled as he turned to disappear in a poof, having seen the desired reaction from his former pupil, having accomplished his own personal mission. Well, kid, good luck. You're going to need it. It was about the time of that single thought that the youthful blonde's mouth was slowly starting to close after his jaw dropped intensely. He was supposed to leave Konoha, the village that had come to be his home and future residence of power once he became Hokage, for a year. Bachan, are you serious? I can't do this. No, I can't just leave everyone for another year. I just can't. Naruto thought to himself before hearing a rather familiar and annoying voice all at once. Well, kid, you've got no choice since you stated that you promised to do it no matter what for your precious people. Not going back on our word now, are we, kid? The QB wore a painfully smug expression, knowing that his vessel would commit himself to this regardless. Who knows? You may even enjoy yourself in Suna. Shut up, Kitsune team. I never go back on my word, Baka. But still, I just got back from my training trip with Jiraiya, and we still haven't found Sasuke yet. Naruto was abruptly seized by a newly established depression, for if he left Konohagakure for another year, wouldn't Sasuke have become Orochimaru's vessel? Tsunade took notice to the boy's obviously depressed appearance and offered a knowing smirk, as well as a slight flicker in those red hues. Our reports, and those of our allies in Sand, have confirmed that Orochimaru and Sasuke have been operating in Wind Country for some time after your last encounter with him, Naruto-kun. It kills him to think about the Uchiha boy becoming Orochimaru's vessel, she thought before seeing his newly vigorous form standing in front of her with pure determination within his eyes. If there's a chance to bring back Sasuke by going to Sand, then I'm definitely going. Tsunade could only smile before dismissing him, telling him to go prepare for this departure. Okay, thought Naruto as he was packing his belongings into a pack. Since I'm going to be gone for a while, I should probably fill my frog wallet and see that someone can pay the old man for the ramen I usually eat while I'll be gone. And then I say goodbye to everyone. Just as he had began the approval of this plan, the QB's voice would echo from the far reaches of Naruto's mind. Well, Kit, maybe you should do all of the above, but perhaps you should think your details out a bit more carefully. You might be overlooking some things. Yeah, and what exactly might that be, you stupid fox one? Questioned by the QB, Naruto began to reanalyze his plan thoroughly, only to find nothing in flaw. PSSHHDT. I don't see anything missing or overlooked at all, you Baka Kitsune. If the QB had not accepted his ceiling within the boy in Naruto as an extension of himself, he would have allowed the blonde shinobi in wonderment. Well, for starters, Kit, you've been to the hidden village of sand, and you're packing nothing but ramen and a ridiculous amount of orange and black jumpsuits. It's a desert area, Kit. You need to dress accordingly. I'm sure you need more of your ninja weapons and perhaps other things of your interest as well. Naruto thought about the words the QB had instilled to him mentally and sighed, hating the fact that the Baka Kitsune was right as he looked to see his traveling pack consisted nothing of black-orange jumpsuits and ramen packages. Oh, that means I have to go shopping now. Around 5 that afternoon, Naruto had completed all errands that he needed to before his mission was to begin. After drawing a sufficient amount of funds from a bank, the teen immediately proceeded to purchase clothing, kunai, explosive tags, a soldier pill or two, a medical kit, on the suggestion that he learn to be able to treat his comrades' wounds, and a sketch pad for his newly developed taste in drawing. He had managed to convince Sakura to draw from his bank account and pay for 15 bowls of ramen a day, and saying goodbye to everyone was easier than he thought. Great, stated an overly pleased Uzumaki as he strutted to his apartment home to finish packing. Well, that was his intent, at least until he noticed a note that was placed on his door instructing him to the Hokage's tower ASAP. Elsewhere, a purely attractive kunoichi would be seen standing in the presence of the Hokage and her personal attendant, Shizun. The tone of her hair held the golden lure of pure desert sand, while her fair complexion was made focused by the complementing lavender kimono. A forehead protector that was worn more or less like a necklace or bandana wrapped around one's neck, with the sand insignia and the rough smirk were more than enough to identify the young woman instantly. Temari, I was informed that you'd be coming to pick up the little package for your brother. Tsunade would look towards the younger kunoichi with a slight smirk, her mind coming across rather amusing notions as she awaited a reply patiently. Temari would simply nod after giving a respectful bow to the Hokage of Konohagakure. My work as the liaison between our two villages made me the ideal target to pick up Naruto. My brother would not allow anyone else this mission. It was true that it was simply easier for her to pick up and escort Naruto to the hidden village of sand, but she felt there was something more to it on Gaara's adamant instructions that she be the one, and only she. Temari blinked slightly as she heard a voice next to the Hokage's ask a simple question. How are things with you and Shikamaru? Those silver hues would move to rest on Shizun as her arms folded over her chest, thinking about how many times she'd be asked this question and how many times she'd hate her answer. There is nothing with Shikamaru. Shizun would frown momentarily as she realized she had touched a subject that most likely had been dealt with beforehand, but was still agitating for the Sannin. Nodding, she glanced toward Tsunade with a slight smile as the Sannin decided to inquire Temari somewhat. So then, Temari, Tsunade began, what do you think of Naruto? The question was so unexpected that the composed young woman was unable to hide her shock to its origin. Raising a brow, she withheld a rising blush. Why do you ask, Hokage-sama? Meanwhile, Naruto had just got past 2 pesky ANBU members that were being an ass towards him. True, they normally treated him with respect, especially now, but there were still those who rejected the vessel of the QB wholeheartedly. A single Rasengan to them both was enough to knock a little sense into the two. After all, he was being trained by Jiraiya to take on who he needed to later in life, and made his way to the office of the Hokages a few moments after all this transpired. It was quiet in there as he opened the door seconds after a statement that muffled no particular interest in the mail. Hi 3i Abakawayan. Before Tsunade could grate him, those blue eyes were drawn to see a fairly attractive young woman with a slender frame and curves. A soft blush crossed his face, wondering who the beautiful lady was until he noted a familiar facial expression, hair, and forehead protector. Temari. He was greeted by a simple nod and a slight wave. Konnichiwa Naruto. The boy ran up to give the older Kunoichi a hug, but seemed to trip on his feet, effectively tackling Temari as he fell. The two landed in a rather uncomfortable position, Naruto's face planted along Temari's chest while his arms held her body pinned underneath her own. Temari's legs seemed to just wrap around the male's waist as her body arched, looking at him with a hard-drawn breath and blush. Pervert. Though the thought entered her mind, neither Temari or Naruto had decided to leave their rather awkward position, as in fact, they both enjoyed their sexual positions. That is until the stifled laughter of Tsunade and Shizen rallied Naruto to get up and offer his hand to help Temari up. Temari, I'm really sorry. I was trying to give you a hug and I tripped and I'm sorry. Naruto blushed furiously as he helped her up, knowing that it was an accident and that he didn't mean anything perverted. Oh Lord, how he prayed that she didn't take it up that way, or he was dead. And it was about that time that the QB decided to interfere with his thoughts. Well, Kit, I never thought you had it in you to go after her like that. I guess you were just lusting for her a bit too much. You just had to pin her down and see what she felt like. Maybe you can. Shut up, you perverted fox. Naruto growled as he replied towards the QB's perverted comments about Temari's body, the blush on his face deepening to a crimson color as he thought about them, then froze. Oh, Temari glanced at him as he helped her up. The apologetic look in his eyes caused her to assume and trust that he was not being a pervert with that action, but had really tripped on his own feet. She sighed as she wondered why she had not pushed him off earlier, and was about to dismiss this as another mild, accidentally case, until he uttered the words about a perverted fox. Temari knew that the QB was sealed within him, and perhaps, just perhaps, it was egging him on in a perverted manner. Naruto. She growled his name while looking at him with a rather fierce intent to kill, as her fist slammed the poor boy into the wall of the Hokage's office. Pervert. About an hour and a half later, Naruto would spring into consciousness and whine. Ugh. Tsunade would look down to him with a slight sigh before turning her head to face Temari. I doubt you'll be leaving to escort Naruto to Suna today, so I'll arrange a hotel for you to stay in until you both depart tomorrow. The moment our number one friendliest ninja heard this, he simply stated form no, where, new. She can stay in my place. I have a guest room that hasn't been used before, and I'd feel bad if Temari had to go sleep at a hotel, because, I got knocked out for, that stupid fox. He blushed and sighed. Tsunade was about to imply that Temari stay at Naruto next, but T seemed that he beat her to it, and that was all the better for her own personal agenda. Glancing towards the Sannin, she smiled and questioned her to the comfort of that arrangement. Temari, how do you feel on this? As soon as the Kunoichi didn't give an instant remark of displeasure, Tsunade dismissed them from her office immediately. Good, now get going. Elsewhere, the Kazekage Gaara would be in his office reviewing a document that had been sent to him from Konoha a week prior. He simply still found enjoyment in reviewing it from time to time. Dear Kazekage-sama, about the details of Naruto's stay in Suna, I'd like to highlight some future hopes by extending his week-long visit to that of a year's detail. And perhaps if you accept this request, we can make a little wager. If you and we'll allow you to make Naruto a permanent Sannin as you requested. However, Gaara found himself staring at the page as he continued to skim down the rest of the details, curious to see how this works out himself. The thought of making his only and best friend a part of his village as a ninja was more than enough to lure the Kazekage's approval. Hokage-sama request strange ideals. After being dismissed by the Hokage so abruptly, Temari had time to fall into retrospect. She had began to silently contemplate why she felt no objection to staying the later night at Naruto's apartment. Perhaps, she began to ponder, with his perversion aside, it's because he's trustworthy. Even with the slow altercations involving Gaara, Temari rarely gave her trust out to anyone. However, he did save her brother, sort of. The Sannin found herself stopping when her unofficial guide let out a very pleased AHA. Naruto smiled, seeing now that for once in his life he'd have a guest stay at his house for a night, and that made him a host. It was still too early to consider bed, only being about 6:25 p.m. when he stopped in front of his apartment. This prompted the ninja to release a very energetic AHA. Okay, thought Naruto as he opened the door and stepped to the side so as to allow Temari's entrance first. Hey, since I have a guest here, that means I can finally cook for someone too. This thought, of course, instantly awarded him a fox-like grin, and of course a few comments from our favorite and only QB. Well, Kit, are you sure that wouldn't be disastrous to her health at all? Behind an immense laughter, QB was actually impressed that he came to that reasoning without his interference. Naruto growled mentally before replying to his inner demon. It found there was no pun intended. Shut up, you Baka Kitsune. I can cook just fine now, and you know it. Now, either say something that matters or be quiet. I'm still mad at you about getting me in trouble with Temari earlier. QB sighed before, as innocently as he the greater demon could, smiled, which looked more like an evil grin. Well, Kit, I didn't do anything your own body, and mine didn't. And that's letting you know you're attracted to her. And hey, with age comes a pleasant experience, Kit. QB won the conversation in point when Naruto, as if on cue, was lost to a fuming blush. Sometimes he had just purely hated the fox, but in some way these weird arguments were proof of their awkwardly stated bond. Naruto could have sworn he had heard someone else's voice as he turned to see Temari stood at his door. Coming in, Naruto, she questioned him with a raised brow. The kunoichi was overly impressed by his gentleman-orientated action, as it opposed to every other example Naruto had ever displayed of his behavior, and walked into the living room of his apartment with a bit of imposed shock. Maybe he's not completely hopeless, she thought as her eyes reviewed the relatively clean apartment. True, there were empty ramen packets scattered towards a door she assumed lead to his room. Temari simply surmised that the worst of the ramen trash could be found behind that door. She turned around and noticed that the blonde-haired boy was still standing outside, and moved to stand at the doorway about the same time he turned to enter. The startled jump in reproach was priceless, leaving her lips to open and words to part from them. Coming in, Naruto, she guessed that he was lost in thought, or perhaps arguing with the QB within him. The latter seemed the most logical in the view of the analytic female as she folded her arms over her chest. Did you forget I was here already, Naruto? Temari frowned at the thought of her host forgetting her. Not that she cared. But you do, echoed a small part in her mind that wasn't heard in years. Temari would begin to start arguing with her conscience. I was always simply tolerated as Gaara's sister, so one boy forgetting my presence doesn't mean anything. True, but then again, the one boy who honestly wanted to know and befriend Temari, forgetting her, is just devastating, isn't it? A mental growl would be emitted as she wasn't able to believe the suggestions that her own mind was giving her. He's just a friend, so I suppose it would bother me a little bit. Temari sighed as she glanced up to see Naruto's form moving around in panic. Did I miss something? And with a slight snicker her mind replied, You've missed everything he said and more. The moment that Temari asked him that question, he blushed. She thought he forgot about her, when in fact was talking about her with the QB. Great, Naruto thought. One of my precious people thinks I forgot about her. In the far reaches of his mind, surprisingly without influence of the QB, he began to believe that he'd never be able to forget about her if he could. Of course, this was reason that he couldn't forget any of his friends by his own rights. No, Temari-chan, I couldn't forget you. The shinobi didn't even question about how he stated that. It just left, and he knew it was true. Chan, Kit, see, I told you that you were just lust-assisting for some slender, rough attitude and fine sand ninja. QB snuck into Naruto's thoughts with his outburst, and then implanted the memory of the boy feeling Temari's body underneath his own. It would seem my little kid is trying to grow up just a little. He knows he likes what he sees and feels. She really is pretty, and I was sort of comfortable. At that moment, he began to run around in a panicked motion on the realization that damned Erosen and Fox were beginning to corrupt his mind. That, and he really did enjoy their accidental position. But did that mean he was betraying his love for Sakura? Why, the boy was beginning to confuse himself even more, and perhaps enter a state of mental instability, if not for the hand that came to grab his shoulder. And Nani? Naruto would turn around as he jumped slightly freaked from emotion, until he turned to meet at eye level with a familiar Kunoichi who was simply smiling at him. A warm tone would come to rest on his cheeks as he found himself staring at Temari dumbfounded, unable to speak or say a word. Man, she's pretty. Temari would smirk as she took her finger and rose it to rest underneath his chin. So you think I'm pretty, Naruto? Well, at least he had thought that his thoughts were just what they were, until he heard and recognized the origin of her question. The Kunoichi's first impulse was to blush towards his compliment. However, she forced herself not to. After all, she was Temari of the Sand. Her emotions weren't an accessory she vested. As a ninja, as well it should be that way. So she decided to play this event and learn more on the mysteries of Naruto's thoughts. So you think I'm pretty, Naruto? Even though she didn't hint to it, Temari was quite pleased by his innocent compliment as opposed to certain statements used to talk about her appearance. Temari was smirking wildly as she removed her finger from underneath Naruto's chin. He thinks I'm pretty. And why should that matter to you? I thought you said he was just a friend. The Sannin couldn't immediately reply with a decent comeback, so instead decided to tastefully, if you can call it tasteful, reply with an aggressive shut up. Why did it matter whether or not Naruto thought she was pretty? It was only Naruto after all. It wasn't important what he said, right? But he's important, isn't he? He. I don't care if you're my mind if you don't shut up. It's just nice to be complimented by a boy without the bull that usually follows, that's all. Temari replied mentally to the statement her inner voice were making, while giving a quick nod to assure herself of what she just said. One thought. So, then are you saying you'd like to compliment Naruto's body the way others do about your own? A bit provocative, Temari? This was the unexpected reply from what she recently discovered to be her own perverted mind. Nah, Nani. He's only 15, and besides, I'm not going to say anything like that about Naruto. Temari was disturbed to find that inside her calm, logical, and otherwise deadly mentality, she was such a pervert. Did it matter that he was 15 when you were enjoying the feeling of him on top of you, Temari? This statement caused the Kunoichi to blush furiously because there was some awkward truth behind it. She lucked out, though, when Naruto's voice leaked into her mind, causing her attention to be diverted from her uncharacteristic thoughts roaming through her head. What did you say? See, the words left his lips shakily as Naruto was attempting to answer why. Of course I think you're pretty. He began to twiddle with his fingers shyly, as if Hinata's behavior had been instilled within him. You're not pretty. You're beautiful, he thought while attempting to regain some composure that was more than lost. It was non-existent. It was around this time that Naruto began to notice that her complexion was a bit, well, red. Temari-chan, are you okay? You're all red and stuffs. His eyes narrowed to slits as she seemed to look at him with a raised brow. Huh, was all that Temari managed to say while calming herself now that her mind was focused. She noticed the expression he was giving her and smirked at his concern. Yeah, I'm fine, but maybe we could find something to eat? And why did you start calling me Temari-chan? Yeah. Food would be the best change of subject, considering she was actually a bit hungry, and wasn't Chan only affiliated with Sakura as far as Naruto was concerned? Oh, she's just hungry. For a minute, I was worried she was getting sick or something. I'm not exactly a medical expert. Naruto's thoughts were cut short as he heard the question trailing behind Temari's statement, and honestly had to give some thought as to when he began adding the Chan honorific to her name. He simply shrugged, signifying he had no clue himself as to when this phenomenon started. I don't know, but now you get to be the first to taste my wonderful cooking, Temari-chan. Oh God, Those eyes began to widen and lock onto the pleased figure of an eager Naruto. However, Temari could only stand mortified with the thought of Naruto cooking dinner. With my luck, she mused after trying unsuccessfully to tell him she'd cook instead. Death should be quick, but Temari sighed as she sat down on a nearby couch, wondering how he managed to convince her to give in to what she felt was an accident waiting to happen. It really must have meant a lot to him. Flashback to 5 minutes ago. Nanny, you're wonderful cooking. Temari watched as Naruto gave her a nod, followed by his trademark grin. Naruto, maybe I should cook instead. The inner voice ringing within Temari's head began to assault her after the relative peace she had. You know you're curious? The Jinin blinked before shaking his head with a passionate refusal to her proposal. Nah, it's okay, Temari-chan, and besides I'm actually my first guest ever, so I want to be a good host. It was at that time the QB within Naruto began to speak up after his own relative quiet moment. She doesn't think you can do it, kid. Temari began to panic silently. If she couldn't get Naruto to change his mind, she'd have to eat his cooking. However, it was comforting to know he'd go out of his way to make this temporary arrangement pleasant by offering to cook dinner. The host doesn't always have to cook Naruto, and, I probably have more culinary expertise than you do. As if to enforce that knowledge, Temari crossed her arms and folded them over her chest. She then decided to answer her inner voice immediately. It's Naruto. Anything he cooks is bound to be hazardous to my health. The moment Temari put his cooking ability into question by stating she'd be a better cook, Naruto began to sigh sadly. She really doesn't think I can do it, but a lot of people have doubted his ability to do things and prove them wrong. Then I promise to make the best meal you've ever tasted, and I don't go back on my word. It's my way of the ninja, you know. She found herself staring into the depths of those blue eyes Naruto sported and seeing the sadness hidden behind them. Temari sighed. He really wants to cook for you. And do you really want to make your friend sad by being his first and only guest to deny his cooking, Temari? The kunoichi managed to place a false smirk through the use of her thin lips, as she managed a wink of sorts in hopes to raise his spirits. Just be sure it doesn't taste like ramen. End of flashback. You wanted to cook for me. With her horror aside, Temari was reasonably happy. She couldn't hope or trust either of her brothers to offer to cook. It felt good to have someone interested in taking care of her for once, even though she was the most independent individual there was. Meanwhile, Konoha's #1 loudest ninja was in his kitchen preparing dinner for both Temari and himself. He was going to prove to Temari that he could cook just fine, and he never went back on his word. Naruto pledged himself to making the best dinner she ever tasted, and he never went back on his word. This was his nindo, his way of the ninja. Temari found herself going to wait, since the chef of the abode stated that dinner would be ready in about an hour and a half, and thus gave her time to settle into this guest room of hers. It wasn't that she had many items to arrange. However, she was curious on the state that this unused room was in. Moving down the hallway and to the door next to the one in which a pathway of ramen packages marked as Naruto's room, Temari opened the door to see the room in which she would be staying currently. It's actually not bad. Closing the door behind her, the Sannin was able to get a better view as she entered it fully. The walls were white, as were the majority of the rooms in this building, but they weren't dingy or cracked. It was almost as if this room was freshly painted. A bed was found near the window, as well as curtains that contained a black and red checker design, and a fairly sized closet. Simple, but it was rather well taken care of. It even had a bathroom in fairly good condition as well. It was hard to believe that Naruto kept such good care of this room, and as she was laying her traveling pack down, she began to question herself. Why does he take such good care of this room, and this one only? It was about that time that the kunoichi had discovered something, a small journal of sorts, laying near the doorframe of the closet. The cover was leather-bound and seemed to be in pretty decent condition. Normally, the ninja wouldn't think twice about such objects since they usually absolutely nothing that she'd care about reading, but she was curious as to find some insight in the mind of Naruto. He was, after all, the number one surprising ninja, and no one could ever really say they knew how he felt or thought. Temari blinked. Something wasn't quite right. This wasn't anything how she usually acted. Then again, when have you had a chance to just be yourself, Temari? Temari was beginning to hate the inner voice that was located in her mind, as it, as of recently, has produced nothing but aggravation. This time, however, it did have a point, but it was not one in which she intended to dwell on for the time being. And what does that have to do with me being tempted, uncharacteristically, to read this journal, which I'm pretty sure should not be opened under any circumstances by his? Temari was wondering if that inner voice had been nagging her silently, urging her to look into this little book that contained possible secrets and whatnot. You've always been the tough one, haven't you, Temari? I wonder. You've always felt alone, even though you've had your brothers, correct? Well, you know Naruto's always been alone, so maybe seeing how someone else truly is might make you appreciate who you really are a bit more. Okay, forget that. We both know you want to see what he wrote, because we want to know how he thinks. This is pointless. It's simply a book. I have no reason to look into Naruto's private matters. Besides, his life is none of my business. Temari had said it was none of her business. However, the kunoichi's curiosity had gotten the best of her, not to mention the little fact that somewhere within her mind, a small voice was driving her insane with its repeated nagging. Naruto had haphazardly left his journal in that room ages ago and never thought on going back for it. It was easy to discern it as a journal when the opening line stated, "Uzumaki Naruto, what you don't see." Something about that line made her flinch inwardly. Exactly how different could Naruto be in reality than what he showed around to everyone? How different could he be from what she and everyone else in the world knew of him? I don't think I should be reading this. Naruto was laboring away within the kitchen, trying to make the perfect dinner assortment for his guests to marvel upon. The blonde-haired ninja may have been a goof at times, but even he had picked up a bit of culinary talent along the way with his travels in Jiraiya's company. Of course, he wasn't perfect, and the real reason he told her it would be an hour and a half in waiting for dinner was because he was sure that he'd screw up somewhere before getting it just right. I forgot the right way to get the rice and the wine to blend right without leaving much of the alcohol in it. He was about to panic. Well, that was until he smirked. Okay, Yubaka Kitsune, help me out here. What the hell did Ero Sennin say about this when we were in the country of Wave? That was his trump card. QB always remembered everything, so he could get the information from that stubborn fox. Well, at least he had hoped it would be that easy. And what if I refused to help you out, Kit? After all, you did say that you would make the best meal she ever tasted. That doesn't include me, Kit. The QB watched Naruto's mental image from behind his cage, laughing at the horrified expression the boy was giving him. Like Kakashi and Tsunade before him this day, he couldn't pass up a chance to embarrass or enrage his vessel. Naruto growled as he left the rice/wine mixture alone for now and was moving to prepare some seasoned chicken, all the while taking out his anger with the kitsune that was sealed within his body. Baka Kitsune, I thought you protected your own, and doesn't that mean protecting them for mistakes too? God damn you, you stupid fox. It seemed to him that his friend, in a manner of speaking in terms of their mutual relationship, was intent on being an asshole at times when Naruto actually wanted his help. It was priceless the way that his kit reacted to his comments, and it was something the greater demon would never get tired of so long as he was alive, which was another point he had to make in protecting his own, and grinned with demonic malice. Of course, there was no threat behind it whatsoever. Well, Kit, first you use your chakra to separate the alcohol from the flavor. Afterwards, you slow begin to dilute what you've separated with an additional dish that you've already prepared, or maybe some lemon juice. But then again, if you're really lusting for her company tonight, Kit, maybe you should give her a massage. You know you like how she felt. Naruto began to flush as he was unable to help but listen to the perverted comments that the QB began to insert into his mind, and sighed. It was about that time that he noticed he was over-seasoning the chicken a bit, and quickly began trying to correct his mistake by immediately deciding to begin cooking it. Ignoring the statement made by that Kitsune team, he decided while the seasoned chicken was cooking, he'd begin to take the advice given behind that. Yet his mind did keep wandering to think about a certain kunoichi. Those silverish hues would begin scanning the paper within the journal, reading every word that appeared to her vision carefully and quickly. And just as soon as the beginning statements were interpreted, she was started to picture a whole different Naruto than the one she believed to have known well enough. Journal entry number 1, Uzumaki Naruto. I don't know why everyone hates me so much, but they all look at me as if I was nothing more than a monster. I just wanted anyone, to look at me the way a parent did their children, and I tried and acted my best while staying at the orphanage. Yet, no one ever wanted to adopt me. They only looked at me with those eyes that were more frightening than anything I can ever remember. They were like ice, no colder than that, staring at me with an intent to kill if they could, and I think I would have felt better if they did. I hated being alive, waking up every day, trying to prove that I could be someone a parent could love, and just being rejected by every individual that even dared to glance at me. The adults never let their children play with me, and in time, even they began to despise me like their parents did. I was alone and hated, and I didn't know why, so I just cried. I'll never admit it to anyone, but back then I cried every night before I went to sleep, and in the morning when I knew I'd wake up just to have people leave me in the road, curse me, and sometimes they even decided to beat me up. I just wanted them to love me, to acknowledge my existence, to let me know that they knew that I was alive, and they accepted that fact. I began to believe that the only reason I was alive was so that people could hate me, and maybe that was how they were going to acknowledge my existence. Nobody cared to ever teach me right from wrong, though I had a pretty sharp sense to it for the longest time ever. And so I decided that if they were going to ignore the fact that I was a child in need, I'd become the child they couldn't keep their eyes off of, the one they would have to think about at all times of the day. I resorted to pranks. I'll admit that it wasn't something I wasn't initially proud of, but I came to enjoy it the more I did it. Then Irika Sensei was telling us about the Hokage, the most respected member of the village, and even though he thought I wasn't paying attention, it was at that time I promised myself I'd become Hokage one day. What is the Hokage? The Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village, the leader, and most well-respected figure in all of Konohagakure. He or she is a person that will fight for everyone in the village with their life and command the loyalty of every individual that lived in their presence. A person that cares for everyone and commits themselves to striving not for themselves, but for the greater good of the village. Of course, I didn't know the true meaning to that until I got to learn more about the old man third Hokage, because he was the one who showed me what it really meant to be a Hokage. I promised myself I'd become the one to succeed him, and I knew then there would be no easy roads to obtaining that goal. And even then I knew that there would be no easy path to take in becoming Hokage. There would be no way I could just make everyone love me and accept me. I'd have to prove to them I wasn't the monster they thought I was. I tried my absolute hardest at the academy to become someone worthy of the title Hokage, but well, I was never really that good at the academy. I failed 3 times, a first in the history of Konohagakure. And the part that shamed me the most was that I really did try my best. Looking back on it, those times I wasn't motivated to pass with all the hatred and loneliness that consumed me. But I wasn't the only one that was alone. Uchiha Sasuke, my best friend and greatest rival, we were like one and the same. But everyone loved him, and they all hated me. That's okay though, because I promised myself I'd become Hokage, so it was okay for them to hate me. Well, no, it wasn't, but that's how I thought back then. It was sometime during the academy that I had to do the replication technique, and I was never able to do one. And while one of my instructors told me that anyone who learned a technique form the Forbidden Scroll would automatically pass. I did my best to learn one. I practiced over and over again until I got it right. The Kagebushin no Jutsu Shadow Clone Replication. It was then that Irika Sensei found me, and that bastard hurt Irika Sensei. It was around that time that I found out the truth about the reason everyone hated me so passionately. It was because within me was the Kyuubi, the 9-tailed fox demon that had almost completely destroyed the village years ago. I was about to turn to the verge of becoming the Kyuubi, allowing myself to be taken in by anger and go and slaughter everyone I could. That was until I heard what Irika Sensei said. He accepted me. The first person to accept me was one of the people I thought hated me the most, and it was then I understood that he was so hard on me because he cared about me. Because of Irika Sensei, I found the strength to forgive everyone and move on, so that I would become the next Hokage. Journal entry number 2 Team 7. Today must absolutely be one of the best days ever. At least that's what I thought during the time I finally achieved the rank of Genin and able to start my career as a ninja. Irika Sensei told me that I'd be leaving his tutor age and would be working in a 3-man cell that was headed by a Jounin, which is the highest level of ninja one could make aside from becoming Hokage, that is. I was going to be a part of Team 7, headed by Kakashi Sensei. After Irika Sensei treated me to some ramen, I decided to go get ready to meet my new team. But on the way to my apartment, those icy daggers kept watching me with such cruelty. Villagers began, instead of realizing that I'm not the QB, questioning the wisdom in allowing me to even become a genin. But what happened after that doesn't matter, because it hurts for me to think about it and makes me angry. Well, the other members of my team were quite surprising, because I was paired with the 2 people I secretly wanted to be on a team with. Uchiha Sasuke, my greatest rival and current best friend, and Haruno Sakura, my crush. It was about that time when Temari digested those words that she began to feel extremely uncomfortable. She wasn't sure why. As a matter of fact, it wasn't a secret that the blonde-haired shinobi had a thing for the pink-haired kunoichi. Seems like someone's getting a bit jealous. Temari? Ignoring the inner voice that survived in her own thoughts, the young woman began to pick up where she left off. I was happy to be paired off with Sasuke because he was the best ninja when we were at school, and because I really wanted to make friends with the one person I knew understood what it meant to be alone like I did. Yet, it just seemed like he hated me, so I pretended to hate him too, even though he's actually everything I admire to be. Sakura, on the other hand, was the smartest genin of our year and the prettiest to me. I told myself that I'd do anything to win her heart and protect her, but even she hated me. Even with that rejection, I told myself that if I could prove to Sakura I was a decent guy, she'd like me. But even as I'm writing these words now, and even then, I knew she was Sasuke's forever. Reality hurts, and when I came to that conclusion, it felt like my heart, did I even have much of one, was fragmented and broken. All because I love someone who'll never love me back, but I'll move on. Yet again, another story for later. We waited a while before Kakashi Sensei finally arrived, and later on we realized that he was always late. Kakashi Sensei then decided to give us the bell test, which I didn't exactly pass, and he even did this really painful move on me. As Temari began to read details of Naruto's bell test, and this really painful move, she began to make a mental note to kill Kakashi if she ever was given the chance. Perhaps she'd kill the pink-headed twit while she was at it for being a constant pain for Naruto to care about. Either way, she went back to reading. Well, we're receiving our first mission soon, and hopefully it'll be something where I can prove my worth, and maybe it will get my mind off these weird dreams I've been having about a desert. Finally, it's done. Grinning broadly, Naruto smiled as he reviewed the table full of food that he had prepared for dinner, and the side that was exclusively ramen for himself. He hoped that Temari would like it since he was, after all, making this for her. Kit, I gotta hand it to you, not bad. But if it wasn't for me remembering everything, you'd have been way over your head. Hey, but you're definitely in the game for some Lolo loving tonight. QB couldn't pass up this opportunity to both tease and praise the boy, and savored every syllable wasted. Naruto fumed, blushed, and fairly growled. You damn Kitsune, shut up, and leave me alone, will you? I'm not trying to get in her pants, you baka pervert. So, you're swinging to the left then, Kit. No, Gore, you baka Kitsune. I'm not gay. Naruto was seriously getting sick of the QB and sighed as he blocked all commentary from his mind. Strutting off to the living room to inform his guests that dinner was done, he soon came to stop as soon as he entered the room. Nanny, Temari was nowhere to be seen, And that's when he remembered the guest room. Ah, maybe she want to try and get comfortable here? Kit, maybe she want to go change into something more comfortable? He. Shut up, you stupid fox. The blonde shinobi was making his way to the doorway of the guest room when he knocked on the door. She could have been changing clothes, so he didn't want to just barge in there. But the thought of her in a black slip entered his mind. The response to his knock was a crashing sound, provoking him to open the door thinking that she may have been hurt. However, a different scene was apparent. Temari was on her back, and his journal was on the floor next to her, opened. "An air Naruto-san." Temari gulped, feeling for once in her life quite vulnerable and exposed. She was a guest at his house, only to be found invading his privacy quite clumsily for her Jounin-ranked abilities. Privacy was something she cherished herself, so why was it so hard for her to keep herself from invading his own? The Jounin would rise to her feet as she glanced towards his feet rather than directly at him, before staring straight up and meeting his eyes. Temari couldn't afford to appear weak, especially not in front of him now. "Naruto-san." But he cut her short. "Temari-chan." The boy's voice was deathly chill as those blue eyes began to narrow on the kunoichi's frame. "Yes, Naruto-san. I apologize F-." Once again, she was cut off in mid-apology for her actions. "Dinner's ready, Temari-chan. Hee, and prepare to tell me how good my wonderful cooking is." Naruto's expression completely changed from the reaperish tone that had been placed there merely moments beforehand. It seemed that he was now overly abundant in energy and could actually care less about the red-handed action of reviewing the private thoughts of his existence. Granted, what she had read was 3 years post-dated, but still. Temari was, for the second time in her life, completely stunned, as the confidence in her rough outer appearance was deteriorating under a simple question and mask of confusion. "He's not mad at me." "You're not mad at me, Naruto-san." Naruto was smirking vividly. He simply couldn't contain his laughter any longer and burst into hysterics. "Oh man, you should have seen the look on your face, Temari-chan. And nah, if you want, we could talk about what you read, but it's pretty yet it doesn't bother me if you want to learn something about me, I guess." He doesn't mind me learning about. Oh, I see. Naruto's been alone for so long. I suppose having someone who is curious about learning some details about his life other than his smile and confidence must feel good. Temari found herself smirking, her own confidence and emotional boundaries placed over her person once more as she walked up towards a younger teen, who was now resorting to the twiddling of his fingers. "Well, Naruto-kun, don't keep me waiting too long, if you know what I mean." "Yes, sis. My kid is finally going to get laid, and maybe start a litter of his own. Think of the blood limit your kids could have, Kit, and not to mention you get the rough lover you've been lusting for." Naruto, however, could only blush and stare straight into her eyes with a nervous caution. "Nanny." Temari grinned wickedly, enjoying this moment a bit too much for Naruto's own good. She could hold this up for hours before letting the boy out of her tease, but decided to make the final act then. She leaned forward towards Naruto, purposely closing the distance to their lips so that they were nearly touching. "Naruto-kun. Oh God, could that stupid fox be right for once? Your wonderful cooking. Don't keep me waiting. I'm hungry, you know." Temari sighed mentally as her inner voice seemed to come back to haunt her. When did you start calling him Naruto-san? Better yet, when did Naruto-kun become a possibility? Temari growled mentally as she replied, "After I finally began to understand just how alone he feels, because I feel it too, just not as strong as Naruto, and maybe in a completely different sense. Besides, I respect him." "Correction, you want him." Naruto mentally sighed as he listened to her words. "I guess she doesn't mean it like that then." "Sorry, Kit. I guess you'll have to enjoy her with your eyes only then. Though I admit, that's not so bad either." The close distance that separated their lips caused him to blush deeply, his face burning with the intensity of 1,000 white suns. Lawsuit from Fairly Odd Parents noted, and I'm waiting for it. As soon as Naruto moved his lips to speak, he found out that he met hers by pure accidental chance. However, much to his relief, His clumsy kiss was saved by Temari's eager return. She kissed him back, and was he enjoying it? Outside the window of Naruto's guest room, a pair of eyes would be peering inside from the window as events unfolded. A heavy sigh being issued into the passing breeze of the night sky. It seemed that her chance to get Naruto alone or to herself was wasted, as he was busy entertaining himself with a lip lock concerning a certain sand kunoichi. She just had to have had postponed it after she heard Naruto was leaving. Why couldn't she have been smart and told him then and there? Goodbye then, and without the pair's notice the figure was gone. Meanwhile, Naruto was confused as to why Temari had kissed him back, and boy was she good. But as well, why did he like it so much? Wasn't he loyal to Sakura at the moment, despite having lost her to Sasuke years ago? Come on, Kit, what does that pink-haired girl have that Temari doesn't? You're enjoying her taste, aren't you? Isn't it just wonderful? Around the same time, Temari was lost to her own confusion and perverted inner thoughts, in place of Naruto's perverted Kyuubi. Why did she kiss him back? She knew it was an accident, but there was something hidden in that clumsily oriented kiss that sympathized with her own desires. The answer was quite simple in the end. Temari wanted to kiss him, and she knew he wanted the same, if not more for her. He's not the best kisser, but you can teach him how to get better, among other intimate things. They blushed from the thoughts that were roaming through their heads, and in Naruto's case comments, as they pulled away from each other with a bit of regret evident in each other's eyes as they looked towards the opposing figure. Both Naruto and Temari were at this time gasping for breath, simply staring at each other with confusion written plainly over their facial features. She does taste good. He could learn to do a lot of things. But I love Sakura-chan? Has he gotten over that Uchiha fanatic yet? She is one of my precious people. Could he come to love me? Could I actually come love him? I wish that kiss lasted longer. I wish I was still kissing him. They both sighed, as things were just beginning to complicate themselves the more each ninja thought. As their breath began to find stability, there was one thought that they kept in common between them to the letter. This is confusing. Naruto looked over towards Temari as he continued to replay the previous moments within his mind, over and over again. He had slipped up, in a manner of speaking, and kissed her by pure accidental chance. The thing that surprised the blonde shinobi would be the fact that he was still breathing and in a condition that did not relatively compute as painful. It seemed also that the beautiful kunoichi opposite of him had kissed him back. It wasn't supposed to be that way, was it? When Naruto even made it seem that he was going to do more than give a girl a hug, mostly due to the fact that his main contact in age was Sakura, it should always have immediately landed him a painful blow into a wall, not a kiss that he wished didn't end. 5 minutes after the pair had separated from their lip lock, both blondes were still in a stage of doubt and disbelief. Each wondered if they had actually shared that moment the both believed to be real not too long ago. She kissed me back. Naruto was still in his fit of self-denial, or probably it was more accurate to say his fit of unbelievable shock. It wasn't every day that a person was able to kiss Temari of the sand, and even rarer still that she would reply by returning the kiss with own of her own. It seemed too good to be true, but it was too real to ignore, and thus he continued to think about it. Why do we have to stop? Well, Kit, you pulled back too, while you were thinking about that pink-haired slut of yours. The rather harsh comment from the Kyuubi was a bit unexpected at that particular time, but it always did the greater demon good to know he could still be a bastard towards the boy when he wanted to. Now, if only the wise Kitsune could figure out if that was a good thing for him or not. Sakura is not a slut, you baka Kitsune. Naruto growled as he listened to the words stated about his friend. Given it was another mental growl, but the wave of anger could still be felt outside of his own thoughts. Sometimes he found that he purely hated the demonic fox sealed within him, and at times he could dare to call it his friend. Hey, Kitsune team, do you think that I could be in love with Temari? Of course, he didn't want to resort to asking the Kyuubi anything for fear of the retribution that would come with it. But he couldn't just ask the young woman in front of him if he might be in love with her now, could he? He was the boy who was always hated and ignored. Early into his childhood years, he had already discerned the fact that he'd be alone and that no one in this world could possibly register to have an attachment for him outside the safety net of friends. It was confusing to be standing there debating whether or not he could be in love with someone he had up until now only looked upon as a friend. And even as he kept trying to tell himself, it was impossible to keep his hopes from the harsh truth of reality. Naruto already knew the answer. QB's smirk led from behind the mental cage that kept him imprisoned, attempting his best at a half smile of some kind, but only managing to effectively look menacing evil. It would appear that his dense vessel was beginning to understand his attachment towards the kunoichi, and of course the reasons why the kitsune was teasing him much more than usual. Well, Kit, the fact that you went out of your way to cook for her, bugging me to remember recipes for you the whole time, the fact that you're constantly thinking about her as of late, and the fact that you wish you were still kissing her could well mean nothing, Kit. Bakaningen, if I had to say anything, then I would assume you do possibly love her and that you didn't need to bother me with a question concerning your human emotions to get the answer. I hope. Suddenly a slight sweat drop appeared to the kitsune's face as he watched his vessel form the mental sewer that was the boy's mind. Naruto was about to go into an overly drawn-out argument with the QB for calling him a stupid human, after having his answer reconfirmed. Well, that is until a certain voice grabbed his attention immediately. Naruto-kun, what about that wonderful cooking you made for me? Well, that may not have been the most life-altering statement in the world, or the best one Temari could have used to break the silence between them, but it worked, and she was hungry. Temari sighed as her arms folded over her chest, mentally cursing herself for not saying anything that could have possibly pushed their earlier moment further. It wasn't the blonde, pig-tailed-haired woman's fault that instead of her mind telling her to kiss him again, or maybe lead the moment a little further. Her stomach growled. Luckily, Naruto was lost in his own thoughts and seemed to miss that little sound. She was drawn to reality and, at the same time, had to deal with that annoying little pervert that was her inner voice. Temari was beginning to become deathly sick of this voice, but it was her own personal outlet for her confusion as well. You get him to kiss you, you take control of the kiss and get all the power in the world, and the only thing you can say to him is about food, Temari. She understood that to a high degree her reply towards Naruto could be considered out of place or possibly tasteless, but the Sannin was on the banks of confusion as well. Shut up. He's supposed to be trying to get over that pink-haired twit, remember? And it is Naruto. It's not like he knows that there is something held back in his little kiss, but I do. Temari thought that would possibly be enough to get her mind to pause, slow, and stop, but it only allowed it to have even more statements flowing around in her head. Well, obviously there was more to it than a little accident. Well, not when it started, but you know what I mean, Temari. I'm hungry and tired. Naruto-kun is probably just as confused as I am. Well, maybe more confused than me. But he won't do anything because he'll most likely think he'd upset me. You know this just as much as I do. So after I tasted Naruto-kun's cooking, I'll mess with him just a little bit if you promise to stay quiet and leave me alone. Temari found herself blushing as she slowly began to realize that she was planning on teasing Naruto to get her inner voice to shut up and satiate her own curiosity as to where his emotions really were. Sighing softly, the young woman would raise a hand to rest easily at her cheek, while I would focus on her little shinobi, waiting patiently for his reply. Oh crap, the food! Immediately Naruto's mind snapped from an embarrassed, confused desire to the meal he had prepared for the young woman that was his guest. How long have we been in here anyway? Oh my oh, I hope the food didn't get cold. I mean, I could always use that simple fire jutsu Ero-sen told me to heat it up, but... Sighing, a rather frightened gulp would follow as he began to picture a rather angry Temari flinging him out the window, slowly began to creep into the far reaches of his mind and becoming a rather possible fear. If there was one thing Naruto was afraid of, it was angry women and perhaps a sudden and mysterious lack of ramen flowing throughout the world, but only one of those fears seemed immediate. Naruto was still a bit red, as the fuming blush had only weakened not died, as well a bit too nervous to dare even attempt to take Temari's hand. He was thinking about taking her by the hand. The slightly older Kunoichi, however, took notice of the apparent nervous behavior and began to smirk heavily, inching slowly towards Konoha's number one loudest ninja. Of Naruto-kun. Yay. Yes, Temari-han. It was lucky for Naruto, that was all he needed to say. This should be fun, she thought as Temari began to latch herself onto his arm and rest her head atop the boy's shoulder. Walk with me, Naruto-kun. Inwardly, she gagged at the way she sounded like some lovesick schoolgirl. However, the moment she felt him tense, the blonde was instantly amused. I feel evil. Temari did not have any time to register any more thoughts or relish in her achievements with her slight manipulation of her little. Well, not so little since he was basically taller than her, but you get the point. Naruto-kun. She wants me to walk with her. Naruto was in all terms of the word confused about his feelings for Temari, especially since the slight comfortable experience he was having felt. So right. It was about this time and moment that the QB snuck a few thoughts, air comments within Naruto's mind. Well, he would have if the boy had been paying attention, yet the sound of voices coming from outside his guest room took his whole attention, aside from the part which wasn't solely focused on Temari at that moment. Nani? Why were there voices coming from inside his apartment that did not belong to the only two people who should be occupying that space, himself and Temari? Do you hear people outside the door, Temari-chan? Or am I just crazy? Blue Hughes would turn to stare at the young woman in hopes she'd confirm the fact that he was indeed not yet in need of psychological assistance. Temari sighed, as the mysterious wailing of voices caused her Naruto-kun to become on something that didn't involve her, and when she began to realize how she felt slightly annoyed for the agitation brought by not having his attention for just a few seconds. Yeah, and the moment I find out who interrupted my fun with Naruto-kun, they're dead. Looking up to face those eyes, gazing within her own, rather hopefully, she simply nodded. Guess we better check it out. Meanwhile, as the two blonde ninjas made their way from the guest room to the living room, a clashing of different whispers could be heard. Add the chimes of a few crashes, curses, and broken somethings, and the picture becomes clear. Or rather, it becomes dark, as the lights that were on as Naruto left the room previously were now off completely. Hey, can you see anything in here? Asked one of the voices ringing from the living room area, this one apparently female in gender. Nope, but there's food. Suddenly a male voice was silenced by a rather loud smack, or at least anyone who heard the noise could assume it to be a smack. Immediately, a slightly angry female voice scolded the males. You idiot, that not for you, and be quiet, they aren't supposed to know we're here. They, think he left. This voice was also female, however a bit shy and reserved / it seemed as if it belonged to someone with quite a stuttering problem of some kind. Immediately behind this, a rather angry woman had sent a figure crashing into a wall, effectively leaving a nasty dent in it. Perverted Sanin. Sensei, does the fire of our comrades' youth burn brighter if we are all covered in the dark? The voice was never answered, as the one who was mumbling about finding some food earlier chimed in with another outburst of his own delight. Man, this stuff is good. Some distance away from that voice, located near what would be normally seen as the door if it wasn't so dark, simply groaned and stated how torriblesome the whole event was. It would seem not just one person had decided to infiltrate the Maverick Shinobi's apartment, but a variety of different individuals, all of whom sounded uniquely familiar. About this time, a very troublesome thought had entered the air, as the pair was more than curious to find who was all inside Naruto's apartment. Why they were there, why it was so dark when he remembered there being light in the room when he left to go get Temari, and what was broken or missing. I don't remember the lights being off. Absently, Naruto's hand moved against the wall to find the light switch, nowhere near prepared for the sight before him. Surprise, Naruto! The genin could only muster a soft blink of surprise as he glanced towards the kunoichi latched into his arm and shoulder. At the same time, Temari could only look up towards Naruto as the sight before her was, rather unexpected. This could be a long night. Her attention was diverted to the teen and his dog, a very well-rounded male, and an older woman eating her food. Naruto, however, wasn't so sure how to react or begin to fathom why these people were here in his home. Everyone, one of his friends and instructors, were all crammed between his living room and kitchen. Sakura, Tsunade, as well as Shizen were sitting rather casually on his couch, while Jiraiya was slowly standing up near a very dented, if not completely destroyed wall. That explains the giant crash. Mayan, I hope Ero-Senin is planning to pay for that, or at least help me fix it. Kiba, Akamaru, Choji, and Janna were found in the kitchen near a completely decimated dinner that Naruto had poured great effort to make for Temari, though they didn't know this, of course. While Guy's team simply sort of stood around. Hinata was attempting to think of something to say. However, once her eyes caught attention to Temari latched on her Naruto-kun's arm, she fainted. Shino found himself pressed up against a nearby wall, quietly observing the events that transpired. Ino found herself attempting to get Shikamaru's attention, yet his focus seemed primarily on the sand and Leaf Nin walking in. I suppose it would be a waste of effort for me to try and apologize now. How troublesome. Nah, none, nani. What's going on here? The QB was at the moment attempting to sleep, yet with his vessel's very loud mental questioning, was now fully awake. It was quite disturbing at first, but the instant he was given an excuse to poke fun at the boy, he snatched it. Well, Kit, you may have gotten smarter in the last 2.5 years, but you're still oblivious towards the obvious. Nanny? What the hell are you talking about, you Baka Kitsune? How is it obvious to have people just appear in your apartment for no apparent reason? Baka? Naruto was confused, especially since it now mounted atop his emotional uncertainty, and didn't realize just yet that Temari had disengaged herself from his arm. Why is everyone here? Sakura-chan, Tsunade Nichin, Shizen Nichin, Ero-Senin. What's going on here? Why is everyone in my apartment? Jiraiya was the first among the listed to speak, as a slight smirk crossed his face. I told you we should have left them alone. He was probably about to score. Sniff, I'll have to throw you a party, Naruto. It was this comment, or at least part of it, which piqued Sakura's anger of perverts, causing her to rise from her seat in a fit of anger. Na, eru, to. If she found out that he did anything perverted, Sakura silently vowed to kill Naruto, or at least beat him within an inch of his life. Inner Sakura seemed to agree to this plan with her own PSHHHia. During the time that Naruto was lost in his overwhelming sea of confusion, Temari had detached herself from his person. They've eaten all of my food, Naruto-kun's cooking. Now Temari is by years' worth of accumulated standards calm, reasonable, logical, and honestly blunt. However, for reasons not even she could comprehend, a feeling of rage swelled within the human shell of her beautiful figure. Something simply did not settle correctly when she viewed the four debating the merits of the food, and luckily for Akamaru the dog needed not to face the wrath of the young woman. He obtained his punishment by becoming sick. Wherever Naruto ordered this stuff from, it's great. Right, Akamaru? Akamaru. Kiba turned to glance towards his Nin dog, who by some feat managed to fit into the kitchen area and apartment in general, and laughed a bit when he noticed the ill expression. I think he ate too much. Sis, could you look at him, please? The older woman nodded, and was about to move to inspect the canine with credit to her skills as a veterinarian. Yet she was interrupted by a light tap on her shoulder. Yes. They ate all of the food he made for us, and they're praising it to be a treat, and not even one of them thought about giving your boyfriend credit as the chef. Poor Temari. Now, what are you going to do about it? Temari's anger subsided for a single moment as she raced back to that simple little word that for some reason, when she heard it, began to mean close to the world to her. Could she count Naruto as her boyfriend simply because she understood, more so than the clueless shinobi, that they were both having emotional attachments towards one another? Because they shared a single kiss? Naruto-kun, would he even want to be my koibito? Inwardly, she sighed, as a faint rose became the tint of her cheeks, and would have probably caught you in debating the merits of possible relationships had her thoughts not been interrupted. Oh, did you want some of the food too? I'm sorry, I was supposed to keep these three from eating it, but my little brother managed to get me to try some, and well, I helped him chow down. Hannah blushed faintly, while viewing the sandine with slight curiosity. Do you by chance know where Naruto ordered this from? It was quite delicious. As if waiting for his sister to make that comment, Kiba quickly interjected with one of his own. Yeah, she probably ordered it though, sis. Naruto eats nothing but ramen all day. So stuff like this is probably off his radar. It's even funnier to think about him cooking. Did he just insult my Naruto-kun? Suddenly, her anger returned tremendously, as her silverish green orbs would narrow slightly on the male's figure. Of course, aside from that, her displeasure was a secret artfully hidden by a slight smile and minor can of her head. At that time, during the overwhelming completion of chaotic mishaps, Naruto was saved from his teammates' wrath by a wave of defined killing intent. A chill slithered down his spine, purposely slow, before multiplying in the effect throughout each individual that took occupancy in his apartment. Turning his head to notice Temari, rather violently exploding on an unsuspecting trio, Naruto managed a passionate disapproval. Temari-chan, stop it. Yes, I did want to try the food that your group seemed to have devoured. Well, because Naruto made it for me. Grabbing her fan from the latched measure of her back, Temari began to ruthlessly execute her abilities as a jounin and rather pissed young woman. Everyone present to witness the spectacle taking place found themselves bathing in shock for two different reasons. One, the perfectly calm jounin who was the liaison for the Sandleaf Alliance was emitting a very murderous beating of Kiba, Chojim, and even Hannah. Two, Naruto had called someone Chan that was not his team mate Haruno Sakura. The said Kunoichi found herself to be the first to voice her confusion after the initial shock was past. Chan? Did he just call Temari Chan? The thought belonged surprisingly enough to the world's super pervert, Jiraiya. He had never heard Naruto speak affectionately about a girl other than Sakura, and was beginning to believe he had some manly effect on his pupil. That is, until he saw a slightly familiar look cross Tsunade's face, informing the Sannin that she may have had something to do with it instead of his wonderful influence. No one respects me. Naruto didn't have time to acknowledge the curious expressions that the bulk of his precious people were giving him, at least not if he wanted to save three of them from Temari's wrath. Wait, what can I do to calm Temari-chan down? How do I know she won't just get angry at me instead? He was completely unsure as to why, but he felt the later was a current impossibility, though it didn't come to explain why he felt as such. Sighing, he ran into the kitchen in an effort to stop the breezy fit of human destruction. It was then both were locked into a senna, or rather feel of deja vu. She didn't feel as if she was doing something that would gather attention, or was unjustifiable. After her calm explanation of her desire and interest in the prepared dinner that was no longer there, Temari did what any female ninja would do in her place. She unlatched her fan and began to brutally assault the people responsible for eating Naruto's cooking before her, and especially the one who made an insulting comment about his ability to cook. You were skeptical about his culinary skills yourself, Temari. Shut YP, I can doubt Naruto-kun, they don't have the right to do so. Because you're the only woman he's ever pinned down. Oh, being a dirty girl gives you the right to doubt him. When did my mind become such a pervert? I've always been a pervert. You've just been frightened of your brother before, and such a workaholic to even notice. She sighed, and was about to hit a certain dog means partner until she heard a voice. Temari-chan, stop it. Temari suddenly found herself freezing, her fingers seeming to feel weak for some reason, and dropped her immense fan. She had done something to upset him, and now, without explanation and completely out of character, a wave of guilt washed over her. Naruto-kun, Gomen, as she turned to finish her apology, Temari realized one thing. Naruto was falling on top of her again. QB smirked from his containment within the boy. He was able to see the outward event quite clearly and laughed. It appeared to the kitsune that Naruto had an uncanny ability to get the kunoichi in some interesting positions. So that explains it, Kit. You're not gay, just a submissive boy to HH. Immediately after this comment, the QB's laughter was intensified in a well of hysterics. It seemed he would never tire of finding a way to embarrass and torment his Kit. The only thing that was certain towards Naruto was the fact that her was trying to reach Temari in an effort to stop her anger and ended up tripping once again. In front of an apartment filled to capacity between two rooms of onlookers no less. Those blue hues opened after closing themselves during the initial fall and almost instantly found himself drawn into her opposing eyes. Man, I've never realized how pretty Temari's eyes are before. He could feel the kunoichi's breath exhaled harshly over his face, paired with a certain realization that sent a veil of crimson to scorch Naruto's cheeks. When he had haphazardly brought Temari and his person down, the pair rolled into another rather sexual position once more. This time, however, a certain Sannin was dominate, unconsciously pinning a certain Leafnin to the floor. A warm flush graced Temari's beautiful face as she attempted to sit up a bit, but only managed to slip up and have her upper body fall directly on Naruto in a pressing manner. At the same time, he attempted to wiggle from underneath her and only efficiently locked his legs within her own. They both found themselves incapable of speech, having separate confrontations on the mentalo and emotional plane. His eyes, they're so relaxing. Temari's so cute when she blushes. I think I like being in this position as long as it's with Naruto-kun. Oh man, she feels so good. But am I enjoying this, or is it just some pervertedness form hat Baka Kitsune? Maybe I should kiss him. Maybe he's finally over the Uchiha whore. I really want to kiss her, but will she get mad? Temari-chan. Yes, Naruto-kun. While the Nin pair were locked into a rather provocative exchange, Hinata had finally come from her faint. Narutka. Kan. The Hyuga's attention was diverted towards the kitchen, in which she saw Temari pinning Naruto and completely pressed against him. In response to Thai's heart-shattering image, she did what any self-respecting shy girl would when her crush was locked into such a position with another girl. Hinata fainted again. As this event was unfolding, a certain Hokage was found trying to suppress a smile. From the expressions on their faces, it was obvious that the two were thinking of each other quite fondly. Maybe my little wager wasn't half bad, or maybe Naruto's just been hanging with that pervert Jiraiya too long. With that thought in mind, she sighed as her eyes turned to lock onto the said pervert, analyzing the way he was watching the position the two were in. Jiraiya? Shit, she's going to kill me. This particular Sannin whined as it appeared he was caught doing some immediate research for his Come Paradise series. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Jiraiya was able to comprehend one thing as the immediate impact of her fist, cleanly shattering the bone structure of his jaw. Gwaweya. Apparently, that little interaction between the two Sannins was enough to divert the attention of all but one person for Naruto and Temari. Because of this, Haruna Sakura's world was completely shattered. She could have sworn that she just witnessed Naruto kiss Temari, and unless her eyes deceived her, that Temare kissed him back. Naruto, I'm afraid I'm supposed to be hated and done. I can't be in love with Temari, can I? After the events involving Shikamaru, I told myself it was impossible for me to love someone again. So why did it have to be the one person I didn't think about that made these emotions run wild? She's so beautiful. He's kind of cute. If he took those goggles off and let his hair run free, he'd probably be handsome. This feels so right. This feels so natural. I'm going to kiss her, I have to know. I'm going to kiss him, I've got to know whether or not I'm in love. On the impulse that final thought created, Naruto found himself pressing his lips against the kunoichi of Sans, hoping to find an answer to his confusion. Oh God, She's going to H dash. His thought was interrupted by the eager return Tamari's lips were giving him. She kissed him back again. The eagerness he felt in that leading reply was enough to confirm both parties' doubt. They were on the beginning mill of love. I love her. I love him. It seemed that on the immediate realization of this, both ninjas began to up the ante within their little kiss. Tamari led the way, immediately taking control of the situation, as her tongue slipped inside his mouth and began to wrestle with the younger boy's tongue. Naruto was surprised as he passively gave her the winning edge in their kiss. However, the genin was far from being completal without action. A hand would find itself slithered down her backside, resting on the woman's ass with a firm little grip. The instant in which he felt her freeze, Naruto rearranged their positions with a playful roll. So now he sat on top, pinning down his lovely Tamari-chan. Oh, no fun. Tamari found herself calling out his name in a surprised gasp. She never imagined that he'd be as bold as he was now, and she was enjoying it immensely. The Sannin gave a lazy wink as she found herself locking her arms around his neck and lost into a sea of blue. Tamari did wonder as to her own actions as well, but didn't seem to care or mind at the moment. Everything felt so right. So how did it end so wrong? I'll have to thank Eros Sennin for writing those perverted books, or else I probably wouldn't have any idea what to do. Oh man, am I beckoning like Eros Sennin or that Baka Kitsune? The QB decided to interject at this point. Hey, what's wrong with being like me, Kit? Besides, now you finally got your slender, rough vixen you've been lusting for right where you want her. On her back. Naruto found himself growling mentally towards the QB as he vehemently replied, I am not a pervert like you, Baka Kitsune. QB smirked and simply replied to the oblivious vessel of his. Oh really, Kit? Then asked her why she's blushing so much right about now. Fine. Baka Kitsune. Advent from his mental conversation with an entrapped greater demon. Those orbs of blue starred downward in study of Tamari's face. She was burning with a red touch, kissing her cheeks, and it caused the boy to wonder if she was okay. Tamari-chan. She looked up as she spoke, blushing furiously as she remained completely motionless. A bit happy, aren't we, Naruto-kun? Naruto was unable to comprehend what she was talking about. Of course he was happy. At least he believed he was. Before he could inquire the meaning behind her statement, the shinobi found himself, or at least felt himself against her. Oh God! It was his turn to blush now, having realized that their position provoked his little ninja to press against the young woman's crotch area. Temari-chan, a. Gulp. Well, at least I know he find me attractive like that. Not to mention a bit, well, a-keeped for a kid. Don't you want to push up and feel it just a little more, Temari? Some point during their kiss, Temari began to feel a growing pressure pushing down on a raider's sensitive area for the female. It didn't take long for her to register that her little Naruto-kun was building quite the bulge in his pants. She found herself flushing vividly at the comments taking place in her mind, not to mention the blue-eyed shinobi's erection pressing against her, and became lost. However, the Sannin refused to give in to her perverted mind and ecstatic feelings just yet, and in turn decided if embarrassment was taking her down, Naruto was going down with her. A bit happy, aren't we, Naruto-kun? Oh man, that Baka Kitsune crap. Naruto found that as he was getting up, since this little revelation had sent him spiraling into abysmal embarrassment, that he was for some reason feeling regret. Naruto gulped as he offered his hand to the young woman, choosing to ignore the fact that his manhood seemed to be stricken with rigor mortis. Tamari-chan, I'm a Gulman. He knew that his body probably crossed the line for him, and after successfully helping her up, he awaited the pain. The young woman had to be upset with him this time, right? Kit, not all women are going to punch you into the nearest wall the moment something natural happens. You really need more female contacts than the pink-haired billboard. The blonde-haired boy couldn't count the time he had come to mentally growl at the QB that day. Stop talking about Sakura, that way you baka kit soon. Besides, I already have a lot of female friends. Sorta. Lost in the statements and anger towards the QB, Naruto hadn't even thought about the fact he didn't refer the Chan honorific to Sakura's name this time. QB found himself laughing at his vessel once more. A lot of friends, but only one vixen you're absolutely lusting for a kit? I wonder if I'll have to teach you the ways of getting comfy with your mate, kit. Naruto found himself disturbed at the thought of the QB giving him any such lessons, and blushing at the thought of being committed to Temari as a mate. He at least knew what that meant. My mate? What makes you think she'd even consider being with me? Yeah. However, his thoughts were cut short as he felt a fist connect with his jaw and successfully knocking him out of the kitchen window. Who? W-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. You pervert. Everyone present, excluding Naruto, considering he was knocked cleanly out of a window, turned towards the origin of the angered voice. It was no surprise that the figure standing where Konoha's #1 loudest ninja was Sakura. The spectators, with Temari excluded, only surmised that the boy did something perverted to invoke the pin-haired girl's wrath. So it came as unsuspecting shock when they witnessed her being slapped quite soundly across the face. Why? Why did he call her Temari-chan? And why do I care anyway? Sakura stood by silently as she watched Naruto move off to the kitchen in which Temari was located. The preservation of the world's natural balance was shattered the moment another woman besides her was addressed affectionately by the loud blonde. It wasn't anything to worry about though, right? After all, she was Sasuke's girl through and through in her own mind. So if Naruto decided he liked Temari, she should be happy for him as his friend, right? Then why did she feel as if her heart was being ripped out and shattering into microscopic pieces? Sasuke, he left me while Naruto stayed and fought to protect my interests. Sakura wasn't sure when, but this was a wake-up call informing her that she cared about Naruto. But I love Sasuke. This was suddenly becoming very confusing, as the pink-haired Kunoichi found herself desperately attempting to remember all the sacrifices Uchiha Sasuke made for her. However, to her dismay, she abruptly realized that there were none. Sasuke was always so cold and distant, whereas Naruto was annoyingly friendly and approachable. She attempted to make her crush stay with her with the promise that she'd be able to make him happy. Sakura failed and instead made Naruto promise to bring him back for her, knowing that he would rather die before refusing her something. And to keep that promise, Naruto almost died. He almost died just to make me happy. The Chunin blinked absently as she began to wonder if she had always been such a horrible friend to Naruto. Naruto, during the moment that Sakura was beginning to dawn on certain revelations, she chanced to look to see a certain someone a bit stiff in the pants. 1. The immediate hatred for perverts and their actions began to rise within her and fuel her with a sense of anger. 2. She saw it as a sign that she was beginning to lose the one person that had not yet abandoned her on her personal road of life. With both thoughts, or feelings rather, in mind, Sakura found herself launching across the living room and into the kitchen to sock the boy cleanly out of his own window with her inhuman strength. I refuse to lose Naruto. The pink-haired Kunoichi panicked. However, only her displeasure of perverts would be voiced to the world around. You pervert, Haruno Sakura was growling, while her inner persona fretted whether or not she was going to lose the blonde-haired shinobi or the one person that so many times before tried to make sure she was safe and content. As a result of dwelling on her inner thoughts, she was unaware of the hand gliding through the air to meet her face. That is, until it connected with a rather audible slap and caused her to lose balance. It was about this time that a certain white-haired jounin opened the door of the apartment, his head canting towards the left as his visible eye came to close in a brief wink. Sorry for being late, him. The only thing that Kakashi could discern was that for some reason, this little going-away party seemed a bit more serious than it should have been, and mostly because two kunoichi were set for everyone's view. This is going to be a long night. Meanwhile, the Jounin of Sunagakure was starring the emerald-eyed kunoichi in front of her with obvious displeasure. 1. She had interrupted the woman before she could question exactly how Naruto felt, or maybe send a little whisper within the wind to inform him of her feelings. 2. She sent her Naruto-kun flying through a window, with the fact that they were more than a few feet high at their current level. She was unsure why exactly, though. She lashed out and slapped the girl, and even more so confused as to why it brought her so much satisfaction. Oh yeah, as if they were her own personal memories. At that instant, she began to recall every word written down within Naruto's journal, and that sudden intent to kill two different people popped into her mind, both of which were now currently present too. I should kill her. The thought soon faded as Temari began to allow her more logical side take over thankfully. She had been so out of character since she had been with Naruto that day, and the brief allowance of her normal mindset was actually quite revitalizing for her. So to speak, I'm a liaison for our two villages. It's not exactly wise to go around slapping the occupants of our allies, even if they're a pink-haired Uchiha whore. Even if she hurt Naruto-kun, I'm positive he'd hate me even more than I'm hating her right now if I hurt her more than a slap, especially in front of Hokage-sama. Suddenly, a wave of shame washed over the proud woman as she realized that yes, the Hokage of Konoha was present to witness that act of minor violence. Temari sighed, turning to face the respected woman with a mild bow. My apologies, Hokage-sama. However, she refused to apologize towards Sakura and found herself leaving the area for the guest room that Naruto had given for her usage earlier that day. The moment that Temari was clearly out of sight, the whole of Konoha's body that was present began to go into their own curious and shocked details, gossip, and questioning as to what they just witnessed. Tsunade found herself sighing slightly as she watched the events taking place before her and was beginning to wonder if her luck was just simply cursed. She wanted to do something that got two certain people together, but the fact that Sakura would come out of her Uchiha craze was an unsuspected event, and it was one that got her apprentice a rather harsh slap. I need a drink. The Godame Hokage was beginning to form a headache, but for now merely ignored it as she moved over to help her apprentice, Sakura. Meanwhile, during the time that all of this was transpiring, a certain blonde shinobi was falling with shards of glass following his descending figure towards the pavement below. He didn't know what happened at first, as he was just helping Temari get up, and the next thing he knew, he was flying out of his window, with a painful punch being his ticket. Naruto didn't know what happened next, as the only thing he remembered was falling down painfully with something breaking most of his fall. Currently, he found himself walking within the sewer-esque placement of his mind, and began to assume that the Kyuubi wanted him for something. Baka Kitsune. I'm not the one who just got punched out of fairly high apartment complex, kid. You're lucky that I take care of you so well, or else you'd have been dead a long time ago. The Kyuubi smirked as he brought up the times that his chakra and regenerative ability gave the blonde the needed edge in many situations before this conversation. Yeah. So what the hell do you want, you Baka Kitsune? Well, kid, just to let you know that you're going to be leaving in about 5 seconds, you Baka Ninjin. Make sure to keep your lust down, kid. It might enrage other vixens again. With a laughter on Naruto's expense, the Kyuubi released his vessel from their mental conversation and playing. Naruto found himself awakening on the pavement below his apartment with a pair of eyes staring down at him. But at the moment, he wasn't sure who they could belong to. He felt like hell. Even with the healing properties of the Kyuubi, that punch had hurt, and even he knew who was strong enough, not to mention angry, to punch him out of a window. Man, that hurt. It was at that moment that he felt a hand move to his cheek, causing him to blush at the silky feeling crossing down, and looked up at the mysterious figure with a clearer vision. I can only imagine Naruto-kun. Blinking, he shook his head as he found that Temari was outside now, and standing in front of his person with his backpack next to her and her own slung over her shoulder. Nanny, Temari-chan? The genin was slightly confused as to why she would be having their things when they weren't going anywhere until the morning. Temari, however, gave a lazy wink as she stuck her tongue out to him and began to walk. "You'll have to cook for me on our way to Suna. Naruto-kun, now get up." He didn't question her words and stood up immediately, taking his pack and slinging it over his shoulder as he moved to scamper after the woman. It seemed that they were leaving Konoha that night, and he could only guess why. Temari-chan, well, since they were leaving anyway, he assumed that now would be an okay time to inform her on his revelation during their kiss earlier, but found himself cut off. "We can talk about that later, Naruto-kun." It seemed that she knew what he was going to say, and well, he still didn't dare argue with her. Nodding, Naruto simply grinned as he looked back to the village of Konoha before walking out the gates of the shinobi establishment at the side of his escort. "Suna, here I come." The darkness issued by the night sky was something rather disturbing, had it have been starless, but luckily enough those glittering filaments darted the sky respectively. A full moon was also seen through the treetops of the vast expanse of forest that occupied most of the space outside of Konoha, save for a few villages here and there. It had been an hour since Naruto and Temari had made their leave of the Hidden Leaf Village, and were currently sitting before a fire that seemed to be leaving a trail of smoke to the heavens. The smell of ramen and fish seemed to fill the air around the two shinobi as a set of blue stared upward to the sky after a stretched yawn. So how do you like my cooking, Temari-chan?" He grinned, sitting upright from his current position on his back just to look at the woman as she gave him an answer. Those eyes searched her own, hoping to find a hint that may have let him know ahead of time as to what she was going to say. However, Temari was exceptionally better at hiding her thoughts and emotions than Naruto was. She smirked as he tried his hardest to guess her response. A bowl of ramen cupped by one hand and a small plate of fish on her lap, and decided that it would kill him to let her pause go any longer. "It was good, Naruto-kun, but you could do better than some fish and ramen, I'm sure." I wonder just how his dinner would have tasted if I had the chance to get some. "Oh, it probably would have had your mouth watering, just like the thoughts running through your mind when you felt a certain blue-eyed ninja get a bit stiff. Temari?" Temari's inner voice couldn't help but laugh at the woman mentally. A blush slowly began to cross along her cheeks, accented by the warming glow that their campfire produced onto her figure as her perverted inner mind began to comment about Naruto's earlier erection. "Shut up, you baka hentai, please." Temari sighed, debating on whether or not to see her glance downward to avert those innocent blue hues of his, but then mentally smacked herself for even thinking as such. How could one boy make 18 years' worth of existence disappear and leave a lovesick young woman? It was about this time that Naruto found himself gazing at his Temari-chan with a soft look crossing over his rather rough, mainly due to the whiskers and stupid grin face. She was beautiful, and under the light of the fire that natural beauty seemed to intensify itself, accenting the cover of her faint blush. He was surprised that he noticed she was blushing under the warmth that the red-orange light produced, but he only assumed it to be because he was staring so intently at her. This realization, at least he believed it to be one, caused the genin to blush instantly as he looked down with a slow fall. "She's so beautiful." Naruto was surprised that the Kyuubi no Kitsune was not attempting to be a smartass with him for that thought, and smirked slightly. "Temari-chan." He waited until he was sure that her attention was focused on him, though that wasn't hard to discern considering both spent their whole meal basking in the sight of the other with shy appraisal. "Yes, Naruto-kun." The blonde kunoichi found herself resting head on her hand, canting it to the right as Naruto called out her name. He found himself lost under a now rapid heart rate as he looked at her, attempting to remember what he wished to tell her. What was that? A fox-like grin crossed the genin's face as his head tilted to the left, opposed to her own direction. "You look beautiful, especially under the firelight." It was true, in his opinion, and Naruto just wanted to innocently compliment Temari before falling asleep. Temari's soft blush would deepen somewhat as she listened to the boy's compliment of her beauty, and found herself smiling actually. Why thank you, Naruto-kun. However, she soon realized that her thanks was unheard as the sound of snoring caught her ears. Paying more attention, it seemed that Naruto had immediately fallen asleep after his last statement, and that was enough to produce a grin on her features. He must have been tired. So what dirty little things are you going to try tonight, Temari? What are you talking about, you stupid pervert? Like having a certain blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy falling asleep with a hormonal teenage young woman. I wonder how it must feel to... Temari's inner voice was never able to finish the statement, as it seemed her mind seemed to halt its functions. It seemed that the kunoichi found herself slowly drifting off to sleep, but in reality, it was an immediate technique used to force one to sleep by. The two would go undisturbed through their rest until some point near the dawn hours of the day. However, there were more eyes focused on them than they realized during the point and time they were awake. The figures sat along a tree branch, staring downward as the two shinobi soon fell into a sleeping state after their meal. Having it followed them since their little incident in Konohagakure, a slightly agitated sigh would pass into the faint, nightly breeze. I suppose it's just hard for someone to say goodbye. From the cloak of darkness, the mysterious watcher would then seem to vanish from the position that was held only moments ago. However, a slight mark was left in the making of the tree's trunk to indicate the position that was occupied. Good night. Around the time that the first rays of light were making their appearance over and around the Konoha area, which included the forest on its Bunari levels, Naruto found himself slowly awakening with a rush. Scanning the area, while the heavy rate of his breathing was attempting to be regulated through mild pants, he noticed one thing that was helpful in easing his startled state. Everything was the same as it was when he fell asleep, except for the fact he was now sleeping beside Temari's sleeping bag inside his own. I don't remember going to get my sleeping bag or falling asleep next to Temari. A mild blush crossed the shinobi's face, fading out his whiskers evenly, as he came to the conclusion that the sleeping kunoichi must have gone through unneeded effort to put him in it. Of course, this time his peaceful conclusions were interrupted by a slightly awake Kyuubi. Naruto was beginning to wonder if the kitsune ever got any sleep nowadays, or was he simply forcing himself to stay awake just to torment his friend? Well, kid, it looks like your vixen is a little more bold than I gave her credit. Taking a slight pause, the Kyuubi looked at the mentally perplexed facial expressions on his vessel's face before continuing. She waited until you fell asleep, and then you're waking up in a sleeping bag next her own. I wonder what wonderful, lustful thing she did to you, kid. Naruto found himself the victim to a most vivid, flushing reaction. Even though he knew the Kyuubi's words were pointless because of who he was next to, but embarrassing to imagine nonetheless. Shut up, you baka kitsune. Not like you'd have let me stay asleep even if something like that did happen. Which I know didn't. Growling lightly, as to not awake the sleeping jounin at his side, Naruto decided to wiggle from his personal sleeping bag and thinking on making their breakfast. He could make some more of that delicious treat that existed only as ramen or fish, but most likely ramen. The genin was lazy and felt the need to compass his lack of ramen for approximately 8 hours. The Kyuubi watched from his mental imprisonment as the boy began to work around attempting to get a small fire started without the activation of his jutsus, which of course failed the first 5 times. It was amusing to watch the boy fail at something so simple, even though if he really focused, he could actually do quite easily. Kid, it amazes me just how talentless you are at everything that doesn't involve making your mate wanting. If the wise kitsune was able to read his vessel accurately, then Naruto would begin to question the usage of the term made in 5 and Na'ani. What the hell are you talking about, kitsune team? Once again, he found himself blushing at the thought of being a mate towards Temari, since having an overactive, perverted demon in your mind makes you quite well aware of what mates do. It was enough to make Naruto step into the fire he made with his right foot. That, of course, he noticed only after the smell of something burning reached his nose. Nanny, what, and I? H. Apparently, the blonde shinobi was beginning to realize that he was the object burning and began to run around with a frantic set of yelling. About this time, Temari was rudely awakened from such a pleasant dream about. Well, she couldn't recall what it was about, though she was sure it involved her Naruto-kun, who she now realized, with a questioning expression as to running around with his leg on fire. It's amazing to think that he was being trained by a legendary Sannin, but his accidents are kinda cute in a way. Smirking slightly, the blonde-haired young woman soon found herself moving to help snuff the flames that ravaged Naruto's right leg. And just how did you manage to get caught on fire, Naruto-kun? Sometime after the usage of a few wind-based jutsus, which she knew would spread the flames, but something a bit chaotic flickered in Temari's nature for a brief moment. That immediately led to the genin jumping into a lake. They both found themselves at their campsite under the shade of various oaks. Blue Eyes would come to stare at her figure with a playful glare as he recalled her inappropriate usage of her fan, but found himself grinning stupidly as the answer to her question passed from his lips. Well, Temari-chan, Suda, was listening to that baka kitsune and, well, wasn't paying attention to where I was going. A hand would come to rub the back of his head, while Naruto found himself laughing nervously at his own idiotic statements. Well, that officially made me sound like an idiot. Don't worry, kid. That's something that has been established way before you made that statement. I'm sure your supple, little vixen doesn't mind for your idiotic ways, since you're both apparently just lusting to feel the other one. QB grinned, as it seemed his comments were simply on cue, and the boy never ceased to provide inspiration for further tormenting of his vessel. It was a bond that previously stated seemed to be constant arguments that enforced their recent friendship, well as friendly as a greater demon and teen can become anyway. Around the same timeline as Naruto and his perverted QB were conversing in the mental barriers that composed Naruto's mindscape, a certain Kunoichi of the Sand was having a minor debate with an overly perverted voice that existed in the far reaches of her mind. Naruto-kun is such an idiot at times, but he's my idiot. Well, Temari, maybe it's that childlike charm that's giving you such sinful dreams about our little idiot, Man, if the visions in your dream left your mind the same day you wake up, then I wouldn't have to worry about being crammed up in here with all these sexual desires running loose. Hee. Temari blinked with a confused expression as she began to decipher what her inner voice was implying to her. What did it mean by sinful dreams? And that's when every memory of that pleasant dream she had the night before came flooding in her mind instantly. Minor flashback to the dreams. Their lips met in a passionate lock, while both Naruto and Temari managed to wrestle each other's tongue in hopes of obtaining the dominant position. Two bodies wrapped and tangled atop and within the locking grasp of the other, found the rising drops of sweat washing over their skin and mingling with the close proximity of the other's body. Naruto-kun. The young woman's breath was exhaled in a harsh gasp, while silverish-green hues would stare into the lustful orbs of an opposing male figure. Passion was their voice, and the only road in which they both understood to follow at that time and moment. Naruto, in response to the woman's exhaled proclamation of his name, grinned slightly from atop the older woman's figure, caressing the exposed flesh of her breasts. The boy soon found himself licking between two erect nipples in between his own pants. It felt so right and yet so wrong to be teasing Temari as such, but when he felt her arch underneath him with nails digging firmly into his back, all seemed right. Temari-chan, do you like it when I do this? The blonde-haired woman would look up at the boy and want, a slight confused expression written over her face when nothing happened. However, that was soon replaced with a soft moan ringing from her slender frame. She could feel his teeth digging in her neck while the bite area of skin was eagerly being suckled on. It drove Temari wild. Immediately, she found herself calling out his name in the length of a soft moan, while the sensitive area between her legs began to grow immensely wet with her aroused state that the blue-eyed boy put her in. Flashback ended. Temari found herself blushing completely as the brief memories of part of that sinful dream came flooding into the empty space, or rather, the open conscious thought of her mind. At least the origin of her pleasant sleep was brought to light with the fact that she assumed Naruto to be the original cause being confirmed. Technically, she was supposed to be the adult between the two, so why was she suddenly finding herself wanting? Stupid hormones. The words were muffled as to not take the genin's attention towards them, but Temari began to wonder something very amusing. If one of the most collect and mentally stable shinobi in the neighboring lands was being assaulted by the raging effects of her hormones, exactly how much worse was it affecting her Naruto-kun, whom she imagined as having less of a control in that department than she? A light blink would come to pass as the said boy was now watching the older woman become drawn off into another world, or maybe just her own thoughts. Naruto assumed that it must have been something of a more serious nature to get his Temari-chan to zone out completely. However, the moment he noticed she was a bit red in the face again, he began to wonder if she was sick. Temari-chan, are you alright? You're all red again. Mirai dash. It seemed she was completely drawn off into another world entirely, as his brief call for her attention seemed to either be ignored or, most likely than the first thought, unheard. So our number one Maverick Shinobi decided to do something to grab her attention, whether she wanted to give it to him or not. Hey, Baka Kitsune, have any ideas to help me get Temari-chan's attention? Yes. It seemed he resorted to asking that perverted Kitsune for a suggestion to grasp at the lost attention the Kunoichi seemed to have. The QB laughed behind the mental cage-like structure that was his eternal prison and began to dive into his own thoughts. The options of things he could tell his kit to do were practically unlimited, and almost all of them would lead to a scenario that the greater demon found would be hilarious. Perhaps being inside the boy wasn't such a painful task as it once was, Well, Kit. Naruto began to listen towards the QB's explanation and blush furiously at the very notion of what was being suggested. Yet, he knew he was curious as to see where it would lead him, since the older woman seemed to be different in reactions than the only other girl he had ever sought affection from. Sakura, we are so looking at you right about now. Temari-chan. He waited for a minute or so to see if she would finally snap out from her dazed state of mind, but it seemed to no avail. I guess I could try what that Baka Kitsune suggested then. Blushing at the mere thought of what he was about to do, a nervous hand would brush against the woman's cheek slightly. Afterward, he sighed briefly while leaning in with a canted head to allow his rather fawn-like teeth to dig into the flesh of her neck and suck lightly on that clasped area. Suddenly, he found the woman underneath his bite jumping and yelping with surprise. Her complete reaction was something to this day. The blonde shinobi would never forget so long as he lived. Temari was still lost in her train of thought, having just re-witnessed her rather erotic dreams, when all of a sudden she felt a rather pleasant feeling on her neck. It started with a slight, uncomfortable sting, but soon led the Kunoichi to melt in the spot she was sitting in with a soft yelp. Naruto-kun. Her body was overcome with a complicated sense of pleasure and pure lust, since she had never in her experience such an action and was mildly turned on by the revelations of her little dream. Temari was lost to an action she had never in her life succumbed to. She fainted. Shit. She fainted. Oh, crap. What do I do? What do I do? Damn you, Baka Kitsune. Naruto began to panic the moment he felt her go limp from underneath the little bite and sucking that he provided to her person. It seemed that following the QB's advice only lead to his Temari-chan fainting on him. From within the canopy of the forested area, a pair of eyes would be reviewing the events that happened below her. A white, animalistic mask that acknowledged one as a member of ANBU for the hidden village of Leaf would dawned as a slight smile crossed pale, toned lips. It seemed the blonde-haired woman had come to faint for Naruto's little action, and even she had to admit from a distance that it was a cute little gesture. However, it was the fact that it was as such given to the Kunoichi of Suna that caused a sense of anger to swell within the very pit of her soul. With the emittance of a long sigh, the female began to wonder as to when such things began to bother her if they revolved around the young genin. Naruto-kun. Well, it would have to be now or never if she decided to ever make her presence known before they actually arrived anywhere near the borders of Konoha and Sunagakure. She may have lost him. However, she wasn't simply going to accept this knowledge without attempting to inform the boy as to her feelings, no matter how unlikely and inappropriate they may have been. How is it that I can want a boy to look at me as a woman, where actual men seem nothing more than pigs? What am I doing, really? The silent stalker, so to speak, found herself asking a simple question of the mind. Exactly what was she doing here, chasing after the boy while he was going out on his own assignment? Leaping from the tree branch that supported her footing with a simple molding of chakra, the masked figure would soon find herself landing in front of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy that had seemed to captivate her interest for what seemed like ages now. Hello, Naruto. Baka Kitsune. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Blinking rapidly, those eyes were focused on the unconscious Kunoichi that was right next to him. In all honesty, Naruto had no practical idea of what he was supposed to be doing right now and resorted to asking the mischievous Kyubi no Kitsune within him. Baka Kitsune, this is all your fault. Real smooth Naruto blamed the Kyubi. The Kyubi, on the other hand, was more than content with accepting the said credit for Temari's uncharacteristic feint, as it seemed Naruto had the influence to affect her more than the oblivious boy knew, and grinned from the mindscape of the said genin. Now, if he could only get the blonde to understand that he actually didn't do anything but leave a suggestion, it wasn't his fault that it caught the Sannin off her emotional guard. Why, thank you, Kit. I'm quite good if I do say so myself, and I couldn't have done it without your help. Ha. Growling mentally, Naruto was beginning to become very upset with the Kyubi right now, as well as agitated. However, that wasn't the first thing to catch his attention, if there was much left to catch anyway. Someone had just called out to him, and he knew the voice couldn't be Temari's since the young woman was unconscious at the time. Turning his head slightly, he could notice a person garbed in the ANBU attire of one of Konoha's own. Three things startled the blue-eyed shinobi as he blinked absently, acknowledging the presence of the person he assumed to be an ANBU member. The fact that he hadn't realized Temari and himself were being watched made him feel quite vulnerable, and the fact he felt vulnerable made him feel anger as well. An ANBU member addressing him as Naruto-kun made absolutely no sense whatsoever either, and finally, why would someone of that level, assuming that they were on a mission to follow the pair, make themselves known? Hello, and exactly who are you? He was positive that he wouldn't receive an answer to that question, but the slight grin forming on his lips proved that he really wasn't expecting an answer. Hey, I wonder if this person can tell me what to do since Temer's knocked out. Immediately, things seemed to brighten up for the boy, and confusion was finally at a minimal. Well, that was until his mouth fell agape as the secretive ANBU member began to remove the animalistic detailed mask from her face. Well, this explained a few things, but once again proved to create many more questions as well as an even greater sense of confusion than he had just come away from. Eni-chan. A smile crossed over the woman's lips as she watched the boy. However, it turned into a concealed frown as hidden eyes glanced towards the unconscious body of Suna's Jounin, the one who stole from her the hopes of perhaps attempting to influence some sort of relationship with her Naruto-kun, even if she could no longer hold that state right in her mind. In response to Naruto's question, she decided to step forth from the shadows and allow him to see just who it was he was talking to know just who it was that seemed to have cared for him longer than any of the girls his age were able to even create the notion of liking him. Isn't it obvious, Naruto-kun? Changing her voice to its familiar tone, a simple movement would come to discard the ANBU mask from her face to reveal a very familiar figure indeed. So familiar it looked almost exactly as if Shizen herself was standing right there in front of Naruto. It was true that Shizen was often referred to as Naruto's older sister in a sense, as well as Tsunade, but to be the one stalking him with such a lustful intent was ridiculous, wasn't it? Well, Not if you were looking from the perspective of the significantly older woman. I've spent time watching you, Naruto-kun, where you vied for Sakura's attention and at all times held back by her craze for Sasuke, where other girls refused to even acknowledge you as affectionate material. I made my own plans for you. Because of my attachment to Tsunade-sama, my luck with relationships was less than my ideal term. Yet I saw you and knew what you could one day be. And even though you call me to be your Nechan, I was making plans to make you mine when Drea-sama brought you back. But now, the dark-haired woman would flash a slight smile towards the younger boy, different from the ones she usually issued his way, as it had a slightly secretive nature. In all her time of silence, and conflicting silence during the passing years and party of the previous night, Shizen was determined to attempt and deter the emotions that he may have come to hold for Temari, even knowing full well the wager that Tsunade used to get the two together. Yet, it seemed fate had a slight wake-up call for the older woman. Nei-chun. Naruto blinked with a slight confused expression riding across his whisker-marked face. When a mask had fallen, or rather been purposely discarded, he had expected to see someone like the crazy snake lady Anko, or maybe Kakashi-sensei. However, found his Nei-chan, it was unexpected, and he had to wonder as to why Shizen was following him and Temari. But the last thought quickly made him retreat to something more important. Temari was still unconscious, and he had no idea as to what he should be doing to help her, or if there was anything he could / was supposed to do. Oh God, Temari-chan. For a moment, he began to revert to his former panicking moment, and get up running around frantically. Oh man, oh man, oh man. What am I supposed to dash? Eni-chan. That was right. Shizen was a medical ninja, so she would almost definitely know what to do for Temari when she... How was he supposed to know the completely different train of thought of someone that he had only looked to as an older sister-type figure, and precious friend to be so, well, provocative, eh? The older woman blinked softly as she looked towards him, her head tilting to the left a bit as he began to randomly run around with panic struck through his voice and actions. It wasn't until his random mutterings came to use her name that she began to realize that he wanted something. Should she let him break her confidence and talk on? If she didn't have a reason legitimately, she wouldn't abandon Naruto's need for her help. However, she was focused entirely on her own mission, so to speak. Naruto-kun, I'll help you with whatever you need in a moment, but first please calm down and let me talk to you for a moment. Please let him stop. I don't think I'll have to resolve to go through with it if he asks me something about her. That statement immediately caught the boy's attention and caused Naruto to stop. However, at the pace his panic state was running around, he seemed to trip up and fall forward into a tree. Ow! Grunting, he rubbed the side of his face as well as the collective whole, since it was now roughly marked due to its rather sudden introduction to tree bark, and glanced toward Shizen. So what did you want to talk to me about, Nei-chan? Because what I gotta say is really important, believe it. Shizen would smirk slightly, allowing a slight sigh to be passed from her lips before walking towards the completely oblivious Genin, and looked him in the eye with seduction written behind the feigned innocence she tried to apply. Of course, she'd never tell anyone this information, and only Tsunade-sama actually knew, but this particular jounin was never really accurate in using the ways of seduction. Leaning forward so that her face was barely an inch from his, the older woman would allow a playful wink, though she managed to appear nothing but serious for some reason, which caused her to look rather off in whatever it was she was trying to do. Naruto-kun. She hoped that she was attempting this in the right manner, but even if she wasn't, it shouldn't be too hard to show the younger boy she was coming on to him, right? She was so absorbed in her own thoughts that Shizen had not yet come to realize that she had pulled the confused boy into a kiss, that her body refused to allow him to break free of. However, that changed quickly when a rather agitated voice called for this little interaction to stop, catching Shizen by surprise and allowing Naruto time to fall back in the absorption of disbelief. Get your hands off of my Naruto-kun now. The sleeping. Well, as far as anyone except Naruto was aware she was sleeping, young woman had come to open her eyes around the time that Shizen explained that she'd help Naruto. Temari was catching a rather disturbing aura from the older woman, and decided if she was going to identify why, it might be best to pretend that she was asleep. She did keep her eyes partially open. Her experience allowed her to feign the appearance of sleep perfectly for someone of her level, and the medical ninja was too occupied to even notice that the Suna resident, whom for all practical purposes she considered as competition, was now awake. And when that short-haired woman went as far as to kiss her Naruto-kun, that invoked rage and a murderous intent that would have rivaled that of her younger brothers 2.5 years ago. Get your hands off of my Naruto-kun now. The blonde-haired woman was now glaring with hater-kissed eyes toward the older medic Nin, her hands gripping the foundation of her immense fan in an attempt to restrain the desire she had to try and rip the woman's heart out. She remembered when she had fainted because of Naruto's rather pleasant action, but Temari could never imagine that the Hokage's assistant would have come all the way to try and seduce her man, air boy. If it had been Sakura, at least I wouldn't feel so confused. But Shizen-sama? Why in the hell would she want to? About that time, the Sannin found herself interrupted in mid-thought by the perverted existence that was her own mind. Robing the cradle, Temari? Ha ha. Now, this is rich. You have a Uchiha slut realizing she has feelings for Naruto, and less than a couple of hours later you wake up from fainting to see an older woman you respect kissing him? You might have to keep him on a leash or something, so you can watch out for your competition. That was more than enough to make Temari both blush at the thought of walking Naruto around on a leash, but also adding to the flames of her anger. This woman was more than 10 years older than her Naruto-kun, whereas Temari was only 3. It just wasn't right. Shizen-sama, what do you think you were doing? She knew there had to be some logical explanation to this. Maybe Temari was just seeing things a bit groggily after having just woken up. Yet again, she knew that what she believed she saw was in actuality nothing close to a figment of the Kunoichi's imagination. Naruto was so very confused from the last few moments that passed. He was waiting on Shizen to explain what she needed to so that he could ask her about Temari's health. And then he found himself being held and kissed. It just wasn't right. He knew it, and more than anything he felt it, and during the time that the dark-haired woman was lost in her thoughts, tried to pull away. Funny how a complete state of shock can drain most of one's strength, leaving Naruto to be restrained via the woman's recently established grip. What was going wrong in the world that used to be so simple as to make it so very, very complicated? What the hell is Nachon doing? This whole scenario was like a dream for the QB to interject some rather, well, QB-like comments. Having Naruto for a vessel, and as close to a friend as a massive imprisoned demon and a loudmouth teen could be, lead to some very entertaining material. Well, Kit, it appears like she thinks she's kissing you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Kit, haven't I taught you that you're supposed to choose one vixen for your mate? But I do admit, scoring 2 might not be so bad, though you're not as lusting towards this woman now, are you? Ha ha, this is priceless, Kit. However, Naruto found this situation less than humorous, and seemed to always find himself provoked by the QB's comments. Baka Kitsune, I know that she's Kaisis me, and it's wrong. It's like, I don't know, but it's wrong. Wait, what, huh? Shut up, you Baka Kitsune. I'm not choosing 2 mates, I'm only choosing Temari. Wait, what? It seemed that he was lead on long enough to say he was choosing the Sunakunoichi to be his mate, and when he realized this slip-up, so to speak, Naruto began to burn with a crimson streak. It wasn't until he heard a familiar and very enraged voice of a certain Kunoichi that his blood ran completely chilled. The murderous intent that his Temari-chan was emitting was enough to scare the shinobi shitless. Then again, did ask a question that seemed to initiate a set of questions within his own mind. What did his Nei-chan think she was doing? Why'd she do it? If Temari was awake and angry, did that mean the young woman was okay? It seemed to pile up in his mind. But the moment he felt the older medic Nin release him even the slightest bit, he made an insane dash towards his chosen of the 2 Kunoichi. Baka Kitsune, what the hell do you think Shizen-nichan was thinking? She kissed me. Wait, do you think Temari-chan's okay now? Kit, you truly are the epitome of stupidity. But then again, that's what makes you you, I suppose. Anyway, Nachan was doing exactly what you're doing for your vixen, and that's simply pure lusting for a little excitement. Ever heard of robbing the cradle, Kit? She wants you. And as for your slender, rough, little vixen. If she's well enough to kick ass, she's good enough to be okay. Don't you agree, Kit? Naruto hated to admit it, but he did see some logic in the QB's words, and had to also admit that he was more than positive that Temari was completely alright. However, that didn't stop him from blushing at the insinuation that his Nachan was lusting for him, as the perverted Kitsune had implied. It was just wrong and impossible to even imagine, but there was more than just the fact she kissed him that still left him in wonderment. There was eagerness, a familiar eagerness that he had only experienced with his Temari-chan in that kiss, which left no doubt that the Baka Kitsune's words may have been true. But why would they be? Nachan, warehouse. Why? I'm confused. So she woke up. Just what I needed, great. Shizen found herself letting Naruto go, or rather loosening her grip, in which he took perfect opportunity to run from her. Now that it seemed she had some explaining to do, it appeared towards the medic Neen that any hope she may have probably just died. But I've come out to see too far to try and pull back now, right? Oh, Tsunade-sama, was part of your wager with Kazekage-sama to protect Naruto from me, or to protect me from what I might try and force on him. Sighing, the chocolate-eyed Jounin, as she was more than often seen as, knew that she had to explain herself. Not for the Kunoichi's mind, but for Naruto's sanity at the least. I've been watching you since I met you with Tsunade-sama, Naruto-kun, and even then you were a bit annoying, but you had something that men twice your age may never have. I can't explain it any better than that, but I'm sure both Sakura and Temari, as well as Hinata, know exactly how I feel on that. None of the girls your age, Ave, ever looked at you as more than just a friend, except Hinata, but you've always been so blind that I knew she wasn't a threat to my needs. Stopping to consider her next words carefully, Shizen looked up with a stern facial expression written across her face. Her eyes narrowed towards both parties in front of her. Following Tsunade-sama for all these years, I've never really had much a relationship with the opposite sex, and you've never had the attention you've tried so hard to obtain. So I decided 2.5 years ago, Naruto-kun, to make you mine. It was at this time that both Naruto and Temari had to look at the older woman with a seriously blank expression. Neither of them could find anything to say immediately. The blonde-haired boy, due to the fact that he was lost to a sea of absolute confusion at the words the woman he had been calling his sister for so long. Go out and explain to him the reasons why she wanted to rob his cradle. Temari was speechless due to the fact she was attempting to restrain every ounce of her being that told her to right up maul the woman in front of her, but yet she was curious to hear the rest of this tale. However, their silence was short-lived as Naruto was the first one to speak. But Shizen, I've been calling you my sister forever. It was at that time the older woman couldn't help but laugh at his innocent remark. It's true, Naruto, that we've been like siblings, but then again, I didn't need a lure to get you close enough, even if it was one that I to this day love. She knew there could be no possible way that the boy would even dare to refer to her as his Nachan from this point on. But it was a small bit of comfort to know that for a certain time period she was. The moment when you and Temari had that little accident in Tsunade-sama's office, I wanted it to be me so badly. To feel how you've matured physically on top of me, Naruto-kun. But most of all, I could tell that everything I've subtly been working on, every scheme that in retrospect seems so childish and wrong of me, could be in jeopardy if Temari was allowed to love you. Naruto must hate me by now. Sighing, Shizen decided that to leave a pause here would be insufficient to her explanation and began to proceed. That night, I followed you both to your apartment, and I watched from the shadows of a window the moment you two kissed and knew that you'd both be happy with each other. But I couldn't accept that everything I've come to desire could just leave as soon as it returned. Of course, I knew the party was approaching, and I decided that sometime during those events that I should just leave you two alone and let your relationship grow. However, my selfish needs were overwhelming. I had to at least bring closure to my indecency. The formation of tears could be seen streaking the woman's face, falling freely towards the forest floor as her restraints emotionally were lost. Shizen could not believe how cruel, both to herself and Naruto, as well as Temari, her intentions actually were. Naruto-kun, Temari, I cannot hope to imagine you'll forgive the selfish and stupid desires of mine, but please help me end it all. Behind a half-choked sob, the medic Neen found herself staring ahead directly into hues of blue. Those same blue eyes that had many times secretly brought her tranquility through the hectic life she allowed as Tsunade's accident. Do you love her, Naruto-kun? Shizen was no fool. The woman was clearly aware of their feelings for each other. However, she had to hear it from the boy's lips so as to close the unmature thoughts that have roamed and become desire for so long. The shame she felt couldn't be washed away by the years' worth of time she knew would separate her from the boy she had come to act as a sister-like figure for. But maybe in time it would fade some. Oh God, Temari watched with her best attempt and a motionless face. For even all the years of hardship and instability that was placed by Gaara, she had never come across a situation that was so awkward and sorrowful. It was sad to see a grown woman in which she held nothing but the highest regards for, having thoughts of manipulating Naruto's emotions for her desires for years. But could she blame her for choosing Naruto, or was the fault in the many years that kept her from having the ability to form a stable relationship? Izune-sama. Naruto-kun loves me, right? He wouldn't leave me. For her, would he? She has been a stable part of his life ever since she entered it. I've just come into it. How could Naruto-kun even have to make this choice? Baka, Temari, you already know who he's going to choose, so stop with the emotional thoughts. You have enough repressed emotional memories in here. Try thinking pleasant thoughts, like a little sinful escapade with Naruto in that lake you two passed on the way here. Temari sighed, unable to find the words to say, because for once it wasn't her right to speak. Glancing towards her Naruto-kun, she blinked slightly, a slight apprehension hidden behind her eyes. He would choose her, right? Naruto-kun. The said blonde-haired, blue-eyed teen found himself in an even deeper state of shock and surprise as Shizen continued on with her explanation. It pained him to see the woman driven by such a shameful wish. But at the same time, he could find nothing close to the rage and anger that both he and the woman who spilled her guts to him and Temari believed he would have stumbled upon. It was just so unexpected and so utterly confusing. I never expected Nachan to... Oh man, this is just... Naruto sighed. There were no exact words to describe the way he was feeling right now, or the awkward position that this information put him in. It was during the moment of seriousness that the QB returned with his own comments. However, the situation was too serious for his perverted humor. Well, Kit, I'm sure you know what you have to do now. Just try not to go overboard at Kit. For some reason, the boy found some comfort in those words as he found the ability to give what was to him an obvious answer. A fox-like grin was immediately attached toward his face as the serious expression faded from his person. Of course I love Temari-chan, Shizen Nichan. A slight smirk crossed his lips as he watched the disbelief that both Kunoichi displayed to his sudden, Naruto-ishness. He merely grinned, a set of hands moving back to rest behind his head as his that in itself tilted to the right. What? Did you think that I was going to be mad? Of course he felt no animosity towards the woman that for the past 2.5 years had become an older sister-like figure towards him. But that didn't mean he was entirely without a little rebuking. Nachan-amon, I really don't know what else to say, but you're still going to be my Nachan Shizen. But yeah, I love Temari, I really do. Titling his head to the back, so that he was facing Temari partially, a playful wink was flash her way. Well, that wasn't how I planned on telling you Temari-chan, but I guess it's better than nothing, right? Naruto smiled and turned around to face Shizen once more, only to find the older woman gone with the passing wind. A confused expression crossed his face as he stumbled back somewhat. Where'd Shizen go? He really didn't have the time to ponder on that for a longer span of time, as he felt arms lock around his waist, causing him to fall in a distracted yet relaxed state of mind. Temari-chan. There were no words to describe the surprise, the disbelief that filled the Medellin as she listened to the words that Naruto spoke. Sure, she knew that he was going to overall pick Temari, but she hadn't the faintest hope that the younger Jinin would still refer to her as his Nechan. A faint smile crossed her lips as she watched him turn to face the more deserving Kunoichi of his affection, with herself deciding that it was an opportune moment to return to Konoha. Tsunade-sama was going to kill her for this reckless endangerment of her hopes, but she needed to do this as much for her as for Naruto. Thank you, Naruto-kun, for helping me be free of myself. Temari watched the younger boy as he was contemplating his thoughts in the rather awkward position Shizen has squeezed him in, and felt her heart jump into the very length of her throat. What if he didn't pick her for some strange reason and went with Shizen? Could she accept that type of humiliation after everything that Naruto and her had already started? Was she mentally prepared to face that improbable notion if it came to light as a reality? Still, Naruto-kun. Suna's desert rose, took a moment to watch the blonde, and simply blinked with a slightly slow facial expression, something halfway between a grin and dumbfounded hanging of the jaw. He chose me. I knew he was going to choose me, but still, he didn't have to make it so suspenseful. I don't think it was suspense that he was making. He's a bit too slow to think up a dramatic moment. He's just being Naruto. So now that your fears have been squashed, we should celebrate with a nice little rub dash. Temari's inner voice was immediately quieted by the mental hush the woman screamed. She didn't have time to dwell on those sexual thoughts, because right then and there, she was standing there smiling at Naruto's exclamation of love, you could say. The blonde Kunoichi wasn't complaining on how she got the words out of him, and when she looked up to notice that a certain ANBU was leaving, she moved to wrap her arms around the Genin's waist. Naruto-kun. Those events happened approximately 5 hours from the current time, and the sun was just now marking some mid-afternoon heat. The border between fire and wind country was coming along, and Naruto was behind a tree changing into some clothing that would better prepare him for the change in temperature he was more than likely about to find. A certain Jounin was pondering on whether or not she wanted to peek at her little ninja, and after a mild blush, she found herself utilizing the most of her elite skills to initiate the mission her perverted mind dubbed humanistic intelligence. I don't think I've ever thought about acting this naughty since I was born, and I detest perverts. All the more reason that deeper into that war-crafted mentality of hers, a more lustful Temari rested only to input her own views on the contemplations and desires the young woman refused to admit she had. She found herself sneaking from behind one tree to another gracefully, the blades of grass falling to deaf ears with her light, chakra-covered steps as she approached the changing boy. Those pale, yet in some odd sense bright hues of hers would scan the area with a circumspect nature. It didn't take long for the trained, and for anyone at that, Kunoichi to spot her target with a mischievous grin broadening over pale lips. What she saw was something the young woman would remember with a high satisfaction until the day she had it all to herself. Her Naruto-kun shirtless and pantsless. Too bad he still had his boxers on at that particular time. A toned, muscular abdomen. To her disbelief, the boy had a wonderfully crafted six-pack, the obvious product of his training over the years and the boy's fights. A toned set of legs even on his thin frame. And that smile seemed to melt Temari where she stood, finding herself washed over by an unfamiliar longing, a heightened sensuality, if you will. What's wrong with me? So, you finally gotten horny at Temari? Sniff. I knew you were getting a little worked up and everything, but now I see why. Don't you just want to see what he has underneath those boxers of his? What's this? Someone's getting a little wet between the legs just thinking about it. So, Temari, just want to tackle him to the ground and take it right here. And now, don't you? The perverted inner voice that resided subconsciously in the Jounin's mind would come in full force on that little observation. Shut up, She didn't really have much to say in her defense since her inner voice was, as much as Temari hated to admit, correct. There was a building desire, she was aroused, and there's this feeling of moistness between her thighs that she had never in her 18 years of life experienced, all just from seeing the boy almost nude. After the awkward confrontation with Shizun, Naruto resumed his travels with Temari towards Sunagakure. While they were traveling, the boy found himself lost in some form of deep contemplation, a subconscious level. However, that didn't really matter since the heat was starting to make him realize something. Boy, is it hot. It was bound to come out of his mouth as the rising temperatures and transition from forest to desert was advent. Naruto was still wearing his orange jumpsuit. Now, of course, the outburst credited the blonde for commentary from two individuals, one being the voice of Temari, and the other his favorite Kyuubi. The Kyuubi would find himself prodding into the boy's thoughts from his mental cage with a smirk of malice. So it was a very good day for the greater demon. Well, Kit, obviously considering you're heading towards a desert. Maybe I should have taught you about what it means to travel with a brain kit. At least then you'd be smart enough to understand it's getting warmer and that you should, I don't know, take off that stupid jumpsuit. It was always a treat to agitate his vessel, and it may be believed to be a healthy way for a great demon to start and finish his day. Nah, Ani. Shut up, you Baka Kitsune. Naruto mentally growled at Kyuubi, a slight sigh escaping his lips as he heard another voice before he could reply to the fox stuck inside his body and mind. Naruto-kun, the temperature will only increase from here. Maybe you should go change into something else if you want to be prepared for Suna. Those cerulean hues would move to hold the young woman with a slight admiration, followed by a fox-like grin, and finally finished with Naruto clenching his fist in the midst of his energetic exclamation. Great idea, Temari-kan. I'll be right back. After that little bit of advice from the lovely blonde and a rather aggravating Kyuubi no Kitsune, Naruto was searching through the pack of clothing he bought earlier in Konoha and pulled out a rather comfortable black tee and some loose, yet long, breathable pants. Kyuubi had informed him that it'd be smarter to have something long and breathable for both his upper and lower body, but there weren't any shirts in Konoha that were accessible to him. Damn hateful bastards, wouldn't even let me. Oh, right. I should probably change if I don't want to keep Temari-chan waiting. Upon this revelation, the boy scooped up his choice of clothing and began to dart off in search of some tree, since they were not yet in Suna. Wasn't so hard. Hey, Baka Kitsune, why is it that when you go to warmer places, that you can still wear long clothes comfortably as long as they're breathable in material? Sometime after that ridiculously loud black and orange jacket, along with the shirt worn underneath, the question just seemed to pop into the boy's head while he was changing. The world was complex and confusing and at the same time could be offset by the simple question of a slightly more intelligent Naruto, who never had to dwell on said questions or thoughts beforehand. Naruto blinked as he began to remove said pants to his jumpsuit outfit, being so lost and waiting for a reply from that darn Kitsune that he had simply forgot to put on a shirt beforehand, which left the eerie feeling that someone was ogling him, but that was simply his imagination. He hoped. The Kyuubi was enjoying a rather peaceful rest. Not to mention a game of Go Fish with one of its tails. You have to have something to keep you busy while imprisoned within a troublesome, yet acceptable brat right, until the annoying voice of his vessel popped into the mental barriers of his mind, asking a retarded, yet somewhat intelligent question, seeing as how Naruto genuinely didn't know. Well, Kit, the more of your body that's concealed, the less likely of a chance you'll get sunburned, and the more breathable the material, the more bearable it should be for you. Make any sense, Kit? And if you say no, you've definitely downgraded from seemingly intelligent to flat-out dunce. Hey, Kit, do you smell horny vixen anywhere? Nah, Wani. It makes perfect sense, you Baka Kitsune. Clenching his shirt, holding fist in anger, it took a moment for the boy to realize the last thing Kyuubi happened to mention. In fact, by the time he did get it, the blonde shinobi was proudly sporting a rather loose black tee, followed by a pair of baggy dark blue hakama pants. Why did he happen to choose a pair of baggy blue hakama pants? Well, according to a certain informant, Shikumu, They were all the rave in Suna and affable in Konoha. Hey, wait, what you mean horny vixen? Oh, TT. Mar, I see. Chan. The shinobi froze in his spot, taking a rather furious blush painted across his cheeks while his whole body burned at the realization that it wasn't just his imagination. He was being watched, and according to the senses of a rather perverted and disturbed fox demon, it was a she who was now, oh, so very aroused. Temari was drawing as much enjoyment from this little scene as she possibly could, and even went so far as to taint her mind with some rather dirty thoughts. In my lift dash was cut off by a comment from that lurking pervert in the back of her mind. Never wanted to simply run out there, push him to the ground, and ride you little ninja until you can't distinguish pleasure from pain? Never thought about giving Naruto a nice little introduction to your tongue before? Or have you never in your life thought about playing with yourself while watching your little lover change? Ha ha, this is so much fun, Temari, don't you agree? Temari was overcome with a blush of her own as her subconscious pervert replayed every little thought the Jounin was trying to block out, at least until she got Naruto to Suna and her brother could account that everything was all right. So why, all of a sudden, did she find herself so wanting? Blocking the urge to ease her rather annoying build-up of arousal. A sudden change in the atmosphere surrounding her Naruto-kun caused the Sannin to revert back to her immediate kunoichi mindset. Something was wrong with Naruto, almost as if he had realized I'm watching him, gulp. It was about this time that Temari had come the realization of being caught. Well, so to speak, she could either make a matter of executable disappearance from her current location back to where Naruto had left her when he went to go change. She could just stay there and hope Naruto would forget about his senses through some sort of distraction. Or she could do something much bolder. Being Sabuku no Temari, one could only expect the bolder of her possible choices. Well, if he already knows I'm watching, why not give him something he isn't expecting? With an almost evil grin, the kunoichi of Sand found herself acting on the subtle influence of her inner perversion. Only, she was currently ignorant to this little fact. Thinking of something a little lustful, Temari. That inner voice of hers always had to have the final say, even when her physical person was doing exactly what the inner pervert desired. Changing her voice into a rather seductive and lulling tone, Temari decided to bring her little Naruto-kun to her. Oh, Naruto-kun, come here. She knew without a shadow of a doubt the blonde shinobi would be mystified and follow, which meant she needed to prepare for the other little part of her bold tease. Naruto, on the other hand, was frozen with the chains of embarrassment keeping him solitary. Now, if it was just he watching him without any sort of sexual reaction, it might have been okay for him to endure. However, with the slightly heightened senses courtesy of the QB, he was able to identify that the QB team was right. There was a high level of sexual tension radiating from a single source, and Naruto was sure he'd burn to ash with the intensity of his blush. Oh man, she's really a... The blonde's thoughts were interrupted and cut short when the seductive tone of Temari's voice echoed sweetly within his ears. To his surprise, a shiver was sent through the bone of his spine, and he was quite aroused by her call. The QB, however, simply continued to pick on his ninjin for humor as this little scene continued to supply material for mocking his vessel. Well, Kit, I knew you were easy, but I never thought you'd spring a hard one just from her voice. You're pathetic, Kit. The greater demon would have loved to see what the boy's supple vixen had in mind as far as her lusting went. But something in the immediate area began to agitate him rather deeply, as if a familiar and sickening aura suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Looks like you're going to have to wait on getting laid, Kit. Put your guard up. Immediately, Naruto found himself blushing and arguing briefly with the QB before anything else seemed to register with his brain. Nah, Annie? Shut up, you baka kiss-jun. Wait, huh? Once the genin had kicked himself into a shinobi mindset, he realized that there were 3 other presences surrounding him, neither of which belonged to Temari. She must have noticed and decided to conceal herself. Moan, I wish I was paying attention instead of, God, what am I thinking? Grinning like an idiot, The boy turned around with both arms folded confidently over his chest. Well, what are you three waiting for an invitation? Or are you too scared to confront the future Hokage? It may not have been the most tasteful method in drawing out these lurking figures, but it seemed most effective. As if on cue, three shinobi with an Oda Kagekure headband appeared from the treetops and landed in a triangular attack pattern around Naruto. One was covered in an eerie set of bandages which created a rather uncomfortable mummy-like appearance, another in a rather dark cloak, and the last was just so plain. Having taken a glance at the simplest of the three, the fox-like boy couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter. Ha! Not so intimidating in appearance. But then again, they appear to be from sound, which means that they're connected to Orochimaru, and maybe, just maybe I can get some information that might help lead me to freeing Sasuke from that freaky snake bastard. Naruto's thoughts, however, were interrupted again. This time, there was a rather agitated, plain-looking shinobi stepping up with a clenched fist and a bulging vein popping from his forehead. What's so funny? We're here to kill you, you know. Naruto blinked and found himself wearing a rather unusual tone of seriousness, a nature that seemed to engage all those who were currently eyeing him with surprise. Each pawn, as he believed them to be, was eyed carefully. Actually, I think you're nothing but pawns the snake man sent here for me to kill, just so he can have a good laugh at your expense and use your corpses for some of his sick, twisted jutsus later. After, of course, I've kicked all of your asses. The bandaged shinobi glared slightly toward Naruto with a slight smile hidden underneath the straps of white cloth. His fingers were working the intricate measures of some kind of hand seal, and it was beginning to seem as if it would never end. Maybe we should give Naruto-kun a sort of clue. I doubt he'd figure out our little ruse without one. You must really have a lot of guts to insult Orochimaru. But then again, if you had not been afraid it wasn't you, Naruto-kun. There is a serpentine smile hidden underneath that bandaged visage, and even though the blonde had no idea at that particular point of this trio's true identity, there was a nagging suspicion that something simply was not right. Something's not right here. I'm sure that they're just pawns, and that stupid snake guy wants me to end their lives for his psychotic jutsu studies. But that one, the way he spoke reminded me of that demented Sannin thing. Mon, something isn't right about this. Something about the plain one. I guess it's the eyes seems to remind me of Sasuke. Man, this is just plain weird, but might as well get ready for a fight. Performing more than familiar hand seals by now, a certain bit of chakra was expended to create roughly 20 shadow clones of the boy. Kagebunshin no jutsu. Hee. All right, now you three are going to get it. Who wants there but kick first, eh? Even as he spoke, the blonde was debating whether he should allow the Kyuubi to have a nice little bloodlust or simply knock them out and overpower the three with the even division of his clones and techniques. While Naruto was contemplating and receiving awkward vibes from the three mysterious shinobi, the Kyuubi was also raising some suspicions of his own. There was something familiar in the sense of those three, but their appearance and the slight sense altering it kept it from coming to mind. Kid, you need to think of a way to get your supple little vixen to check for any jinjutsus. These three smell familiar, and if they're anyone we know, they're using those appearances as a disguise. And how exactly do you expect me to inform Temari-chan about this Baka Kitsune, when that might give away her position, especially when I don't even know where she's hiding? You're supposed to be the future Hokage. You figure it out, brat. The two were interrupted by a set of kunai aimed precisely for Naruto's throat, arms, and heart. Luckily, the Leaf Nin was able to push himself from his current position and dodge the upcoming assault of bladed projectiles. It seemed that the three were able to pinpoint him even through all of his shadow clones, and that was creepy enough, but at the same time, roused the desire for a straightforward fight. Fine, if you want me, you got me. Dispelling his shadow clone army, the blonde managed his trademark fox-like grin before those confident hues turned to meet the rather plainly dressed shinobi. Something in those eyes flickered like a red with, no, it can't be. You know, Dobe, if you would take a hint to the obvious, you might be worth our time to fight one day. The plainly dressed Nin would soon be covered in a thin layer of smoke, as the visage of nobody was replaced by the rather emotionless shell that was Uchiha, Sasuke. Sharingan activated. Those eyes were devoid of feeling, understanding, and humanity. They were snake-like, signifying his affinity with the sexually ambiguous Sannin, Orochimaru. The said legendary ninja simply happened to appear from the bandaged individual, and Kabuto from the cloaked third. Are you surprised, Naruto-kun? Did you really think we would miss this opportunity to see you off to a nice happy death after your return with Jiraiya-sama? Did you? Believe it or not, Naruto-kun, Sasuke has been mentioning all about how he wants to murder you and finally cut off his ties with your pathetic village of second-rate shinobi. Isn't that right, Sasuke-kun? The pale-faced male would walk behind the said Uchiha, leaning over from the teen's neck area and allowing that snake-like tongue to slither longingly over the face of his next body. The image was sick and twisted. The worst part was that Sasuke was standing there doing nothing but allowing that man to degrade him in such a mocking tone. It was beginning to piss Naruto off greatly. Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto after taking a mild stare into the treetops as he requested he handle their missing guest. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. Your little reunion with your former teammate is something that will be remembered forever, especially since you will be the memory that keeps fear alive. Shit, if I had known it was those three then, crap. He sent her after Temari. The Genin's eyes were slowly widening as he began to collect this rather frightful reality, and instead of moving to consider his promise of retrieving Sasuke, the blonde jumped after Kabuto. There was no way he was letting some rather disturbed Medicnine hurt his girlfriend. Well, he would have gone through with coming to her side had he not been stopped by a rather blood-lusting Sasuke. Damn it, Sasuke. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you. I like to see you try, Dope. The emotionless shell decided to keep Naruto there, jumping to intercept him in the middle of the blonde's course with a simple punch back down toward the last stretch of forest floor for the next 100-odd miles. As he landed, the lifeless hues of a Sharingan would stare into those opposing tints of cerulean, those affectionate and determined eyes that seemed to make Naruto change into a whole different person. Let's see if you're still a dead last, Dope. With a short burst of speed, Sasuke was closing the distance between him and his former companion as the buildup of electrical chakra was focused into his left hand. Chidori. Don't worry, kid. This is what we've been preparing for. We can take him and that sexually confused snake at the same time. Just leave it to me. The QB was more than prepared to serve a sinister slaughter toward the two opposing forces surrounding his vessel. However, he was even more shocked at the reply that came from the blonde ninja. No, this is my fight, QB, and my fight alone. If I can't beat Sasuke without you, then who's to say I've actually gotten stronger myself? Besides, I can't rely on you to protect me all the time, especially when I need the strength personally to protect everyone, especially those I love. Fine, kid, but don't blame me when you're bruised, broken, and bleeding to a pulp. If you get your ass handed to you, I'm taking over. You got that. QB was cut off as Naruto silenced their mental link for the time being, so that all concentration would focus on the battle at hand. Once the shinobi rebounded from his intercepting fist to the face, the conversation with QB handled, it was time for him to get serious. He made a promise to Sakura 2.5 years ago that he'd bring back that traitor Sasuke alive, and well, so Team 7 could be Team 7 again. Now it was time to settle the score and drag his sorry ass across Fire Country. You know, Sasuke, you're still like a brother to me. And because of that, putting my promise to Sakura aside, I'm taking you home. I refuse to let you become that psychopathic Sannin's body. Sighing, he wasn't sure when, but his legs were now carrying him to meet the charging Uchiha in the midst of battle, a swirling ball of chakra forming in the placement of his right hand in a violent, yet controlled nature. Rasengan. Temari was deciding on whether or not she wanted to tease Naruto with a genjutsu that caused her to appear as if she were completely in the nude, or offer him a wink of the real deal. However, Three individual presences began to appear, and her kunoichi instincts told her that the best thing to do would be to hide from sight for now. Hide? Well, am I some little schoolgirl that needs protecting? Huh. I'm Sabuka no Temari. I hide from no one and nothing. You're not hiding for yourself, Temari. You're hiding because you want to be able to assist Naruto in the most effective manner possible if it comes down to it. And hiding simply makes your opportunity to strike all the more, sweet. Effective. Deadly. You do want to help your Naruto-kun if he's in trouble, don't you? Somehow, her inner voice was able to subdue her rough nature by mentioning the fact that she might be able to assist her little genin. Jumping off, she began to stride along through the treetops until she found a position that allowed her to view the scene below. It made her nauseous to see the legendary Orochimaru and the infamous traitor to the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke, especially since they were the true identities of those who were engaging the blonde shinobi. Damn, I know our intelligence is good, but I didn't expect Orochimaru or the Uchiha to attack Naruto-kun so openly and so soon. Sunagakure's #1 Jounin didn't have much time to dwell on her dismay as she noticed the sadistic Sannin glance up in her direction. Seconds later, the third figure, Kabuto, had disappeared and her senses immediately assessed the situation at hand. They knew she was watching and waiting for a chance to aid Naruto and dispatch the unnecessary one to dispatch of her. This prompted the kunoichi to unlatch her battle fan and pull it to the ready. Hang on, Naruto-kun, I'm not going to leave you alone for long. And the second after those words left her finely pursed lips, a frigidly psychotic voice spoke from the trees to her left. So, you're Naruto-kun's girlfriend? The daughter of the Yondaime Kazekage, older sister to the Go-Dame Kazekage, Temari? And I was hoping to have Naruto-kun all to myself. Tisk. The slits in the treetops allowed for the sunlight to be distributed in slits, filtering through and reflecting off those round classes, so the insanity raging in his eyes could be seen clearly. Kabuto stepped closer into view with a scalpel in hand, as well as a lunatic grin spread across those lips of his. This would be particularly entertaining, especially knowing that a certain Jounin was weak in the arts of taijutsu. Orochimaru-sama thinks it would be grand to bring your filthy corpse to show Naruto-kun in the middle of his fight with Sasuke-kun so that he may feast upon despair. That sick smile never faltered, even as he leaped forward to make his move. Temari was briefed on this particular metaknin 2.5 years ago after the failed invasion of Kazekage and understood that carelessness against this particular opponent was not an option if she wanted to be joining Naruto on the battlefield. Watching his movement carefully, it seemed the deranged teenager was going to attack from her left at an angle, which would give him an appropriate jumping range to her right. Stepping back, her fan was thrust in that said direction the moment his figure began to disappear from sight. The second the medical ninja reappeared, he was smacked rather hard by the fan's blow. Did you really think I was that weak? Both shinobi, Naruto and Sasuke, found themselves running at each other in an attempt to close ground for the initial attack, each pushing themselves to the maximum speed allotted in the short distance they covered. There was an unspoken agreement between the two that this fight would decide it all. Perhaps that is the reason why desperation seeped within those blue crystals as Naruto found himself gazing into the eyes of devoid Sharingan. You're coming home this time, Sasuke. Ampa, whatever Dolba. Just die. It took him 2.5 years to obtain the power he had received, the strength he believed would allow him to avenge his clan. Afterwards, he could rebuild the Uchiha clan, and what? It didn't matter after that, so long as Itachi's blood could flow freely over his hands, and Sasuke could feel the pulsing of his heart as he crushed it in his grasp. I don't want to kill you, Naruto. Damn it, just run, you dope. With that final, though, the only thing the two of them would understand was the clashing energies represented by the Rasengan and the Chidori. Sorry, but I'm going to be the next Hokage, and you know it, Baka. Even though this was a serious matter, the instant that their two attacks collided with one another in a stalemate of power, the Leaf Nin was grinning broadly like the idiot he was, and the child his heart still could show. It seemed that for the moment they were both equal, the currents of air being thrown about in a violent nature, ripping the clothing and flesh of the two, and ultimately obliterating their fighting zone. The ground beneath the youths would mold into a sort of crater, while trees were uprooted and thrown about. And suddenly, the turbulent energies of pure chakra and electrical chakra mingled in the final opposing force of destruction. Both opponents found themselves thrown back like petty ragdolls in the backlash of their strikes, leading to a bluish explosion. Damn it, we're equal. Are you telling me that Dobe still matches me in strength? Orochimaru would stand there watching the two as their signature techniques clashed against one another, and something about the way neither was able to determine the victor in their strength immediately unsettled him. Sasuke should have been able to defeat that fox-brat easily, and yet it seemed they were perfectly matched. Jiraiya-sama, it seems I've underestimated you once again. Somewhere in the village hidden in leaves, the said Sannin would be looking through a peephole for his intended research for the Ica Paradise books he authored sneezed. Achoo! Sniffing, Jiraiya blinked slightly in confusion before a rather calm grin slid across his features. Don't die on me, brat. In the aftermath of that attack, the two seemed to rebound around the same time. However, it was Sasuke who took the initiative. Give it up, Naruto, you're going to stay dead last. Apparently being rivaled in power, the same power he thought would bring him Itachi's head hit a raw nerve and true understanding in the set Avenger. Without hesitation, the male would remove his former favorite instrument, the demon shuriken, and throw the projectile with a blind fury. And that proved to be the Uchiha's mistake. I promised Sakura I'd bring you back Sasuke, and I'm not failing on that promise again. After getting up, he propelled himself forward and jumped. It was about that time he noticed a rather large shuriken being thrown at him, and the number 1 Maverick Ninja decided to pull something out in his style. He caught it by one of the blades, which led to a bit of pain and blood loss, and threw it back at his former comrade. A grin could be spotted behind the many cuts their stalemate had produced on his body, cuts within his clothing, and the many rivers of blood that seemed to freely flow from his figure. This is it. I'm bringing you home, Sasuke. The second his opponent distracted his mind by repeating the blonde's little stunt, he left himself open to a rather nice sucker punch. However, it never made contact. It was supposed to be Naruto knocking that final bit of sense into the boy, which made him come home. So why did it feel as if his body was being ripped into pieces? Why was it getting harder to breathe? And why was it suddenly getting so very dark? Naruto-kun. She watched with the same expectations as her younger counterpart, and then her hopes were unraveled to become a horrid nightmare. Sasuke would have been served his first loss from that high horse Orochimaru gave him to ride on for almost 2.5 years. If it wasn't for two snake-like arms slithering through the air and puncturing Naruto's heart and one of his lungs mid-air. Temari's heart found itself clogging up her throat and making it almost impossible to breathe. If the young woman wasn't so strong and determined to retrieve her lover's body from that situation and get him to Suna immediately, Temari might have broken down into tears. Then again, she was Sabuku no Temari, and the two unsuspecting missing Nin had just invoked the wrath of a rather dangerous young woman. Pricking her finger, she waited seconds until enough blood was made available to her. Naruto-kun, hold on, you're not dying on me. Idiot, you still have to cook me dinner tonight. With the determination to somehow secure her lover, Suna's Desert Rose paid the blood token for her summoning jutsu. Soon she was riding atop a rather large, white weasel down to the forest floor with her fan in hand. It may have been her imagination, but she could have sworn that she saw those beautiful blue hues of Naruto, stained red not from the Kyuubi's power, but rather his own blood. Kamitachi, the snake-like Sannin, was busy reveling in the fact that he'd been any bit slower, then perhaps he may have lost the mental grip on his precious body, and Sasuke looked as if he were too emotionally shaken to move. So it came as a surprise when they noticed themselves falling prey to a simply wind jutsu knocking them back, and that damned liability he asked Kabuto to do away with riding in and stealing the body of his trophy. They're not getting away. It didn't matter right now. Sasuke would regain himself shortly and return to their encampment. But right now, Orochimaru decided to play chase serpent style. Temari, on the other hand, was grabbing the blonde and pulling him up close, fighting to maintain her composed image. She had to think clearly and act like a true ninja if she wanted to make sure either of them got away, or at least had a chance to get away from that demented psychopath. The only thing she prayed for, looking at the fact she never prayed, was that it wasn't too late to get Naruto the help he needed. He cough, Temari-chan cough, you're okay. It was on overexertion on his part to speak, blood spewing from his mouth every other cough. But he would be damned if he let himself die here and now. The essence of his strength was being sapped surely, although he could feel the stinging of the QB regenerative powers taking effect in a measure to stabilize him. Cough. I'm gonna cough. Kage, do you think this hurts? Damn it, Kit. You just had to handle it yourself, didn't you? Concern filled the greater demon, not only because if Naruto died, he would as well, but he had started to look at the boy in some strange way as his child, so to speak. Sending the massive amounts of chakra he had stored within his body, QB pushed hard to make sure the major organs were held in a stable position until that idiot could be cared for properly. If you die, you Bakanin Jin, I'll kill you again. He could see the worried expression on his Temari-chan's face and the slight smirk she produced at his Naruto-ishness. Maybe it was the fact his vision was blurred and his voice strained, but there seemed to be something almost angelic to his lover right then. Even the desert has angels. The last thing Naruto remembered was that cute blush striking across a rather serious figure while she replied with a, "Shut up, Naruto-kun," the sound of a rather hungry and large snake, and then everything fading into darkness with one final voice getting its say. Suddenly, as the grounds changed from that or grass to that of desert sands, it seemed as if the ground behind them was being disrupted somehow. Well, not that a certain shinobi was able to tell, but there was that voice. The last voice Naruto heard before slipping from the threshold of consciousness. Desert coffin. It had been hours since the moment those words echoed through the vast expanse of desert seas, and those hours seemed to be nothing more than an eternity of worry and grief for the young woman as she waited patiently outside the door of the operating room in Sunagakure. Concern was seen woven into the delicate beauty of her face as well as her eyes. Her figure could be seen pacing to and fro inside the insanely white-colored hallway, and a sigh of frustration and despair creeped from those thin lips. Yes, Subaka no Temari was as calm as she could be knowing that her Koibito, boyfriend, could be dying on the operating table at that very instant. Dying. Could she bear to consider her grinning idiot, her dear fox-like boy lost to her so soon after affirming affection and desire for him? No. She knew she should be happy that her brother had planned some sort of welcoming committee to greet them at the border exchange, which he happened to lead personally, or else the worst would have been the ultimate truth. If Gaara had not been there to deter and trap that pale snake of a man, then both Temari and Naruto would be dead, and the younger of the lovely couple would not be under the proper medical attention to save his life. Damn it, what if something's gone wrong? What if we didn't make it in time? Naruto-kun would be ashamed if he knew I even considered him lost before he became Hokage. A slight smile came with that thought, because it renewed the confusion and hope, no understanding that the boy behind that door, in which was mocking her loving concern barred her entrance, was being treated. Sighing, those pale rose lips would form a soft pout as her hands came to rest at her hips in anxiety. For even if she believed that Naruto would bounce back from this horrible assault, there was the lingering doubt, the pain in knowing she wasn't able to do anything more for her lover, and it hurt worse than anything the young woman had experienced in her life. Maybe I am weak. I couldn't do anything to help him. The only thing I could do was... Temari came to a halt in her pacing ways and glanced out a window. A simple little view of the shinobi village hidden in the sand reminded her of her shinobi heritage, and why she was a fool for bashing herself so readily. No, I did what needed to be done. And because of that, I was able to make sure Naruto-kun was received and placed under the care of an appropriately qualified medical ninja. When did I get so emotionally attached and unstable? Simple, the moment you got someone to love Temari. Though it seems you're going to have to wait a little bit to bed your little Naruto-kun. Wouldn't want his lung to collapse while you're lusting over his body and feeling him, getting a little aroused, aren't we? The blonde found herself the victim of her perverted inner voice once again as the scarlet hue burned against her cheeks, making it look as if she was deeply embarrassed or coming down with some sort of random fever. Would you shut up long enough for me to even worry properly about him, damn it? When did my mind become such a pervert? Wait, no, don't tell me again. I just never had the opportunity to realize how perverted you were before. Now can it? Out of nowhere, a hand of sand would manifest and rest along the kunoichi's shoulders and cause her to turn around with a slightly surprised look in her eye. Oh, Gara, what are you doing here and in your office clothes no less? The Godame Kazekage, Sabaka no Gara, had entered the hospital's surgery ward to check on the status of his friend and the emotional state of his sister Temari. One arrival, he noticed his sibling, the one who was always so collected, slightly arrogant, proud, and calm, pacing around in a nervous and concerned mess. He, having just started to feel the variety of impulses that others called emotions, felt a deep sadness within his somewhat less demented form at this spectacle. It does seem Nachon's fallen for him. Perhaps Hokage-sama's wager will have a few unexpected terms following it. Perhaps he should get her at Nishin? From a distance, the youngest of Suna's finest would create a rather comforting arm of sand, sending it to plant its hand along his sister's shoulder. It was almost worth smirling over in that demented manner that showed Gara was in a rather pleased mood. However, with the fact she was unaware of his presence until that little gesture, even he knew when to be more respectful than usual. What's wrong with my work clothes? In all honesty, Gara believed he was utilizing those intrusiments of comfortable footies to their extreme as he blinked softly, those aquamarine hues staring blankly at his elder sibling. Is there something wrong with these clothes, Temari? Temari found herself blinking with an absent look and all thoughts cast aside at her brother's, unusual taste in working clothes. Since the shikaku prevented the boy from ever getting a wink of sleep, he decided to wear his pajamas Ashi's official work clothes, so to speak. Her eyes watched as the light brown, slightly grayed raccoon sleeping suit was tightly pulled over the boy's body, and it made her almost want to smile seeing her Otudo dressed the way he was. No, but I didn't think you'd wear them here to the hospital. Are you here to see Naruto-kun too? When he nodded, a slight relief washed over her somewhat, since now she wouldn't be alone waiting for them to let her in, and yet the thought of Naruto being greeted when he came to by anyone else, even if they were with her, was unsettling to her nerves. While the two were engaged, the medic Nin who was supervising the operation on Naruto's heart and lung opened the door to the boys' room with a rather pleasant, yet serious tone expected from the resident of the hard-ridden land. Excuse me, Kazekage-sama, Temari-sama, but the boy's surgery was a success, and he should be coming to any minute along with the rapid regeneration of his guest. Earlier when the pair had brought the boy to him, yes, this medic Nin was a guy, it seemed the boy should have been dead on the arrival. However, it being explained that a demonic prescience resided in the boy as well like his leader, it was more than plausible to give proper medical procedure. Even with the recuperative abilities this one has, it might be wise to hold your voicism. Kazekage-sama, Tamar-sama. It seemed the individual spent his time talking so much that he didn't even notice the two storm past and enter the room, the blonde pulling herself to sit gracefully on the side of her sleeping lover, while Gara sported a nonchalant pose along the nearest wall. Temari, ignoring the fact that Gara was present, found herself staring down affectionately at the bandaged blonde. His hair was a mess, and the many bandages present over his forehead, chest, and various places along his body were a testament to the backlash of his and Sasuke's power, as well as the fateful blow by that deranged Sannin. Naruto-kun seems almost peaceful, like an angel, sorta, if those stupid things exist. Hey, he called you one, so maybe they do, but I'd say you're more of a horny devil, just waiting to either get controlled by or dominate your little ninja there. Still having all these sexual urges, and he's knocked out. Shame, though I'm sure you could make it up to him with a little flesh therapy, Temari. Temari's inner pervert seemed to display itself mentally at the most inopportune moments for her. And this time, though it may have been somewhat true, she completely ignored the said thoughts. A hand moved to cup the resting boy's cheek as she began to stroke it affectionately. That is, until an uncharacteristic snickering sound could be heard from her brother, causing her to look up with curiosity. What? Aquamarine slants of a browless male would glance up to meet those curious orbs, and once again, Gara snickered. It was so awkward and amusing to see how gentle the rough woman could be when it came to the well-being of her man. Or maybe it was because she finally had someone they both felt would be her one that she was so different. Nothing, Nachon, but I never thought I'd see the day you were gentle. When he noticed her anger and quick returns of rather colored old language, the Kazekage could only smirk as he watched her revert back to this caring and loving individual who had kidnapped his sister. Though, he wasn't surprised at the least. Uzumaki, you just have that effect on people, don't you? After scolding her little brother with a rather color arsenal of word choice, the desert rose would shed her thorns and become a thing of gentle representation once more. Leaning closer toward the boy's face, she studied it for a while before closing the distance and awarding her sleeping boy a soft and gentle kiss. And to satisfaction and surprise, it was returned. There was nothing but darkness, and it was beginning to become very annoying. Naruto could not determine whether he was absent of his life and standing in the very abyss that was death, or simply lost somewhere in the more shadowy regions of his mind. Either way, the shinobi wanted out because he could feel it. An unspoken desire for him to return was being emitted by his Temari-chan, and he'd be damned if he had her waiting long. I'm not dead, damn it. I can't be dead. Hell. I refuse to be dead until I'm either Hokage or married. Even though this was replied by nothing save the echoing effects of his own voice, the blonde found himself running through the darkness, in which there was a small speck of light that seemed to appear out of nowhere. He could hear it, the many taunts of his past, and it seemed now that the darkness was a tangible aspect clinging to his body in an attempt to slow him down, prevent him from reaching the light at the end of this dismal world. Air, part of his mind. Tears and curses from the many times he had his heart broken by his former crush, Sakura, to the betrayal that stung his heart during Sasuke's defection. He could see it. Naruto, I'm not going out with you already. Sakura. Dope. Once a dead last, always a dead last, Sasuke. Demon. Random villager. Those voices rang loudly throughout his head. However, they only fueled his determination to continue pressing forward. When it came down to it, it was always Naruto's ability to keep moving on even when things were ultimately the most horrible of circumstances that befell him. He didn't need to go out with Sakura because now he was entangled in the game of love with Temari. He was no longer a dead last, having learned the fourth signature attack and even trained under Jiraiya long enough to rival Sasuke's strength once again. And for the last time, he was not a demon, he never was. The boy was unsure why he hadn't noticed the Kunoichi as someone he could love earlier in his life, considering that she was someone who seemed to have some decent respect for his existence. Well, then again, until now, he had barely even known her, or rather the fact she existed until the 2.5 years prior. Fate was interesting, yet cruel. It was like waking up one day from a horrible nightmare and suddenly finding out that you could have everything your heart's ever desired. And for Naruto, that was simply respect and love, all of which he received from his girlfriend. Well, it was the unspoken agreement of being boyfriend and girlfriend, but at least they both knew they loved each other. Somehow, in the void that seemed to decrease as he moved closer toward the aspect of light, there was a warmth that started to overcome the youth. It made him feel secure, loved, accepted, and more. Just thinking about Temari and this newly found warmth pushed his mental state to fight, to refuse the worst possible outcome and free himself from the bondage of his own mind. That's when it happened. Those eyes suddenly opened, and the warmth was understood to be the heat radiated by the close proximity of a certain Sannin's body and the lip lock she placed him in. Temari-chan, what better way to be greeted when slipping from the bounds of darkness to that of coherent consciousness? Simple, he eagerly returned the gentle pressure of her lips with his own. Their kiss was something between a state of euphoria and a culinary tasting course. It left him with nothing but a belighting happiness and longing to exercise the right of their teenage hormones. And at the same time, he could taste her through this exchange. She oddly enough tasted like vanilla and jasmine, whatever jasmine was. Naruto found himself sitting up slowly, Temari's position adjusting with his, so that she was now completely over him in a rather innocent all-four type predicament, and the boy was holding his arms around her back and his lips connected with hers until the pair needed air. Wow, that was one hell of a wake-up call, Temari-chan. Flashing off a fox-like grin, the boy decided to up the ante with a playful lick sliding up his lover's cheek, successfully causing her to blush and Gaara to grunt. Gaara, oh shit. It wasn't that he didn't mind seeing his best friend and his sister happy together, but after a certain point, it was just plain hurtful to endure. Gaara wanted to gorge his eyes out to ensure that he was not witness to his sister having sex. No, that would have been a fate worse than death, and perhaps being the container for a one-tailed raccoon demon. Ahem. Relax, Uzumaki. I'm not going to kill you, unless you hurt her. A mild blush crossed over the boy's cheeks as he came to notice a certain Sand sibling having watched his affectionate reunion with Temari, so to speak. Of course, HEW is more that positive that Gaara would without a doubt smite him if, for some unforeseen reason, he ever did manage to hurt Temari, friend or not. However, the bead of sweat running down his forehead from fear passed as he noticed that Gaara was standing there in his pajamas. Why is the guy who doesn't sleep wearing raccoon pajamas? Huh. Oh man, this has got to be a Dre. Wait. Why are you wearing raccoon pajamas? Maybe he should have held his laughter in just a few seconds longer. Sighing, the redhead moved from his leaning position against the wall to a full upright stand, while his sister beat him to the explanation of his demonic jammies. Well, you see, Naruto, and the eldest of the three present started while shifting to a more comfortable position at her little Genin's side. Ever since you beat Gaara a while back, he's changed. He's even uncovered and started to experience a few emotions, which led to him feeling bad for not being able to sleep and neglecting his pajamas. So they became office and basic work wear for him. She finished, nodding her head as if it were the most common of concepts to run across. Naruto, however, had a single important question. You mean nobody says anything about them? Who would question the strongest shinobi in the village knowing he's a demonic carrier and a former psychopath? Gaara countered with a logical and slightly sadistic smile simply for the purpose of effect. Naruto blinked and conceded to that point without any form of rebuke. I guess you're right. Gaara would watch the two as they started to relax into each other's embrace and immediately felt more than a tad bit uncomfortable. Must break up mushiness until Eve. So Gaara did what any self-respecting leader in pajamas watching his sister and best friend get cozy in each other's presence. He got down to business to kill the mood. Uzumaki, if you and my sister can keep your hands off each other for a few minutes. I'm sure you'd like the details regarding your mission here, Tsuna explained in the full. Watching with a successful smile as the Temari pouted and moved to stand against the wall and the younger blonde's attention fixed on him. It was good to allow the atmosphere change from lovey-dovey to that of a more serious nature. It caused the Kazekage to form something along the lines of smile as he witnessed his handiwork in progress. Naruto blinked, uttering a slight sure, while Temari's gaze lingered on her brother long enough for him to understand that he had about 5 minutes before she'd have to threaten him with cooking his own dinner. And everyone knows former psychopaths can't cook without their sisters. that caused a rather composed redhead to shiver. Well, foremost, this is a trip between friends Uzumaki, something to pay you back for helping me realize I was going about life in the wrong manner. And yes, I can speak whole sentences when I feel like it. Taking an appropriate pause to watch the amazed boy, those eyes would rest slightly on the flushed figure of the grinning teen. Secondly, I'd like you to personally assist me here in Suna. Consider it a preparation to aid you on the path of becoming Hokage. And finally, to aid in the retrieval of a one Uchiha Sasuke when the time comes to launch a final attack on Otakagekure, since that battle is yours alone, Uzumaki. Mentally, the Kage sighed as he noticed the wince in Naruto's features, but returned to offer a rather calm smirk as the light of confidence shone through those undeniably bright eyes of blue. Now, to brief you on your first A-rank mission here in Suna. Somehow, Temari felt that the boy's initial mission in the realm of Wind Country wouldn't actually be an officially class mission, but rather something her brother conceived to keep him from dwelling on the near victory he held in retrieving his former teammate. Depending on whether or not Gaara is helpful, I'll have to make his favorite food tonight. The young woman was currently leaning against the nearest wall from the hospital bed, since her cuddling and kissing with the leaf Nin was unsettling to her Ototo. Well, Gaara, what is Naruto-kun's A-ranked mission? Meanwhile, when a certain individual heard that he was being given an A-ranked mission this early in his arrival to Suna, he wanted to leap to the high heavens themselves. However, Naruto managed to restrain himself long enough to glance toward the current Kazekage and make a formal inquiry as to his assignment. Yeah, so what is it, Gaara? You're to take Sabaka no Temari out on a date tonight. Also, while you're staying here in Suna, you'll be living with my siblings and I. So please you too. If for some godforsaken reason you can't keep your hormones in check, try to at else warn me. The two blondes were overcome by a scarlet tone gracing both their cheeks at this particular insinuation that they may lose themselves to more adult urges in speechless wonder. Did Gaara just set them up, or was this purely an innocent mission of some kind? Well, in either case, neither had the opportunity to thank the redhead as a swirl of sand would appear and vanish, taking with it the body of a certain Sabaka no Gaara. Naruto, being the first to recover from this rather blunt statement, attached his signature grin while observing the opposing blonde against the wall. Since I've never really been to Suna before, Temari-chan, where do you want to go for our date? There was no hesitation in the midst of her reply. I detest fancy restaurants. So long as you mean well, and we can have a good time without being formal, I'll be happy, Naruto-kun. There's enough formality being liaisoned between our two villages that I feel I could drown under. It was indeed a rarity for the said woman to discard her own mask, having been raised as a battle-hardened attribute of war. But the playful wink shot towards the otherwise jovial boy was a testament to her trust in letting him see her for who she truly was. So long as he didn't tell the whole world. And if you do a good job, Naruto-kun, I may be nice enough to let you share my room with me tonight. Naruto could only manage a simple blush and hold the perverted thoughts would have normally entered a hormone-raging teenager. However, it seemed he managed to institute some form of control. Kai, Temari-chan. Meanwhile, across the scorching desert sands and nestled within the plentiful forest that created the natural beauty of Fire Country, news of Orochimaru's and the defective Uchiha's attempt on Naruto's life happened to reach the ears of a rather aggravated Hokage. To be kind, she was undeniably pissed. Tsunade would stare at the messenger from Suna with the workings of what she knew would be nothing short of a migraine. And there was no sake in her line of sight either. I've heard enough. Thank you, and give my regards to Kazekage-sama. Once the said messenger took her leave, the Go Dame took the only chance for relief she could, calling on a truly unsuspecting ANBU guard to enter her office, only to issue a rather stress-relieving punch aimed carefully for the man's nose. Luckily, a perverted Sannin happened to stop short of the office door, or else the velocity of the flying body would have carried him through the structure of the Hokage Tower as well. You should really work on that temper of yours, Tsunade, stated a rather serious Jiraiya, taking it upon himself to enter her office and taking a seat for himself. In terms of normality, this situation would have left him a prime target for the woman's wrath. However, as he removed a bottle of sake, began to pour the contents in two separate cups, she decided that maybe Jiraiya could be tolerated for now. The problems with Naruto. There's no other subject here in the world that would cause Tsunade to look as if she were ready to give unsuspecting demonstrations as to just why she, too, is a legendary ninja. Damn it, brat. You better not have died on me, you talentless. Taking his cup in thought, the male's thoughts were interrupted by a rather agitated voice, and it seemed that perhaps his theory was proven correct in less than a second of existence. If he wasn't such a good ninja, perhaps Jiraiya would have been an undeniable psychic? Sighing, the bitter taste of sake appeared to be an immediate aid to the ailments of Tsunade's mind, while gutting a rather sharp glance to her comrade. Orochimaru and Sasuke attacked Naruto and Temari as they were reaching the border separating fire and wind, and on last reports, he was being treated for a punctured heart and lung Jiraiya. No mistake could be made on the venomous tone her words were laced with. Even in the casual manner the two discussed such important events could not have adjusted the aura of murderous intent radiating from the busted fire shadow. Damn it, why the hell did this have to happen now, of all fucking times? Usually, the lecherous shinobi would have made some reference of perversion to clear Tsunade's mind from her unmistakable rage. However, this issue regarded a boy he had come to look at as an aggravating son. It was strictly business. I should have expected this to happen, considering Orochimaru knew I had Naruto for the past 2.5 years, making it impossible for him to get anywhere near the brat. Jiraiya managed to indulge in his sip of sake to clear his own anger, before cutting in the uncomfortable measure of silence that befell the two. I'll have to complete the brat's training. This immediately stirred the rather irritable woman into a state of surprise, having been unsuspecting to that particular comment. What exactly are you getting at, Jiraiya? Naruto's training is incomplete, and not to mention, both of us have some unfinished business to attend to with our former companions. His at least has the hope of being saved, but Orochimaru is my responsibility, Tsunade. I let him escape when I had the chance to end it those many years ago. To say she was shocked would be more of an understatement to the word astonished. However, the words were regrettably true enough. Pouring another cup of sake for her consumption, it seemed her headache would only compound after the events of this conversation. Don't die, Jiraiya. Sometimes, that's the only way to win, Tsunade. Allowing his eyes to raise in an attempt to read her expression, the only thing he noticed was the still concern floating through Ryubi crests of a perfect balance. It was time to go, before an explanation was in order, and the time it took for his figure to blend with the shadows of Tsunade had come to dwell on those final words. Damn, my head hurts. About this time, Naruto was being introduced to his new living arrangements for the next year or so. Temari, latched onto his arm with a rather uncharacteristic smile splattered across her face, was leading him through the home of the Suna trio. Kankuro could be seen readjusting the make of his many puppets and that curious amount of face paint in front of a rather large mirror, while Gaara was reviewing some paperwork on the couch. To say the boy was surprised with the grandeur of their tower-esque home and socially acceptable furniture would be a minor detail and the only thought that mattered. This made his minute apartment appear, through comparison, the shabbiest of compounds in the whole region. In this, Naruto-kun interjected a rather luring voice as Temari dragged him through a hallway, stopping in front of a set of 3 doors. His Kankuro's room indicated by the puppet guarding the door, Gaara's by the note saying, "Must repent for pajamas," and mine with the lavender door, which, depending on the results of our date, you might be sharing with me tonight. The moment she felt him tense, a glance was cut across to survey his appearance with the utmost satisfaction. Naruto was indeed blushing. He's so easy to mess with. About this time, it was safe to assume a certain Leaf-Neen was surely imagining the possibilities of that statement, considering the incredulous amounts of sexual tension that had been sown into the atmosphere surrounding the pair. Now, at the moment, Naruto could have simply given in to this slight tease without attempting to gain some upper hand, or he could have tried anything, to make this more favorable in his appearance. Luckily, there was a useful, perverted demon locked away in his body to offer suggestions. Not that he needed them. No, no. Well, kid, how about using a little charm? Maybe some affectionate action. Oh, arm, or waist? Stop your standing there and show you're supple. Little vixen, you're just lusting for her as well. Damn it, Kit, be a man. As much as the QB hated to admit, it was fun giving the boy needed advice from time to time, especially when the kid utilizes the said suggestions and adds a bit of his own flair. But then again, he had been traveling with the world's greatest perverted being for a period of time too. With a fox-like smirk in play, Naruto managed to use his non-latched arm to slide comfortably around Temari's waist as in reference to the QB's advice, and a certain book a relatively slow perverted Sannin forced him to partially review as training. Effectively pulling her into his embrace, the younger teen would tilt his head with a minor level of degree against the woman's neck, where a small line of simple kisses could be followed downward. While Temari-chan, being at the hospital, was any indication of how it is to wake up to you being in my bed, then that's an experience I'd love to share with you again. The moment his eyes scanned over her blushing appearance, he understood immediately that his move was the most effective. Temari, on the other hand, was convinced she had obtained the upper hand in their rather quick relationship with that little tease, at least until Naruto decided to rebound. Her body was locked, and her mind froze the instant he pulled her close. The furious scarlet hue covering her figure accented the beauty of her natural skin tone, and the blissful shivers that were floating through her spine were a testament to Naruto's actions having his desired effect. That was unexpected, but I get what I want. It felt damn good, didn't it, Temari? Being held close, having your neck kissed, and having been told he likes waking up to see, and we're going to imply, feel you when he wakes up? Maybe you should start practicing lying on your back. At that particular insinuation from her rather perverted thoughts, the Kunoichi found herself wishing that her inner voice was something of a tangible nature, so she could strangle it. This was now a provocative war for dominance in the department of sexuality, and she'd be damned if Naruto won. Gomen Naruto-kun, that felt good, but I could do much better. Say, son, another one. Luring him with an unusually faint and stuttering voice, the sand-haired woman waited until his embrace was released before turning around and pinning her little genin against the door to her room. Did you really think I was just going to let you have the final say, Naruto-kun? Flashing a playful wink, the goddess-like figure found herself leaning her upper body roughly against his chest, her rear end protruding rather far into the air, while two legs seemed to entrap those of her target underneath. Naruto was now the undeniable prisoner of a rather determined young woman to keep the line of sexual tease in her favor. Oh, come on. Are you frightened, Naruto-kun? Hold me. Grinning with a touch of mischief, Temari captured the surprised boy in a rather passionate lip lock. About the same time, an unsuspecting Kinkaro decided he needed to obtain some innocent makeup, face paint from his room, only to have the sight of his older sisters as shoved high into the air, where his eyes were fixated on in horror. My eyes! Oh God! IT burn, stop! Stop! Ignoring the rather tearful puppet specialist as he grabbed his eyes in blatant horror and attempted to retreat to whence he came, Naruto obediently complied with the teasing taunt/calm man from his rather dominate lover. Gulp? Man, Temari-chan sure is, feisty gulp. Slowly pulling his arms around her waistline in the midst of tasting the exchange of their lips. A sudden appearance of smoke left Naruto, finding himself kissing a log. Nah, Ani. Meanwhile, Temari was sitting on the couch while flipping through the wondrous invention known as cable television. Simply because her expertise in the areas of love and boys were limited did not mean the woman was yet left from the circle of ultimate teasers. Hope you enjoyed Naruto-kun. She just happened to yell down the hallway as her replacement jutsu took effect, because that's all you're getting until after our date. Yes, Mom. Naruto found himself sitting within a kitchen, blushing proudly at even the slightest recall of the painfully enjoyable tease his Temari-chan put him through. He could still smell, feel, and taste her, and the log from that devious replacement technique when he closed his eyes, which wasn't exactly the most intelligent thing to do when using a knife considering he had just cut his finger. Ow, Kyuso, that hurt. Sighing it was bad enough working his butt off, a few hours having passed since the ultimate tease fiasco, and now he was being teased by a formerly quiet Kyubi. You're cooking. You ran through the desert with a pack of water and my chakra boosts all to the border and back just to pick up some wildflowers, and you even got some decent clothing to wear. Not mention that little surprise. Huh. Either you're extremely whip kit or you finally learn how to play the mating game with your vixen. At such a young age, too. Sniff? I'm proud. And I'm sure that Baka-sanin would be too. The QB was enjoying yet another round of laughter on Naruto's expense. However, the greater demon was honest in his pride regarding the young teen. It took a few thousand years before QB got laid, and it appeared his Kit would have only needed 15. Shut up, Kitsune team. I just want to give Temari-chan the best first date possible. After all, she was the first girl who actually loved me. So you're Kit. So I'm assuming this has nothing to do with the promise of getting in her pants. Kit. Shut up, you stupid fox. Can't I just do something nice for Temari-chan without you trying to twist me into you? Or Ero-senin? Once the preparations for their meal were complete, Naruto decided to go finish getting ready himself before picking Temari up for their first official date as a couple. Man, I'm so nervous. Good thing Ero-senin isn't here, or he'd probably have used us for tons of his dirty research for those stupid books. Changing into a rather comfortable t-shirt overlapped by a deep blue vest, baggy black pants. Those untamed locks were allowed to fall in full, unrestrained havoc. Okay, time for this mission to begin. With that said, the boy decided to practice a rather useful teleportation jutsu Gaara had to teach and reteach him beforehand, arriving with a slight knock against a lavender door. Food basket in hand, as well as a set of hand-picked flowers. Temari-chan. The sight that he beheld the instant she opened the door is an image Naruto would have embedded into his memory for so long as he was alive and breathing. Absolutely beautiful Temari-chan. The said woman opened the door with a lazy wink, and soon found herself satisfied with Naruto's reaccident. She sported a rather snug tee, uplifted her cleavage area along with a thin, red kimono coat. Fishnet stockings seemed to be her idea of casual wear, including a rather provocative miniskirt and sandals. However, the most exotically striking thing about the young woman would have to be the absence of her pony/pigtails, unsure as to which of the two they actually classify under, for the golden sandtone strands as they were allowed to fall beautifully in a plain, straight manner. Pushing some of the liberated length of hair from her face, Temari was definitely letting the world see her beauty in all that it could be. Smirking at his compliment, Temari walked out of the door to join him as she noticed he was equipped with a basket for carrying food and a bouquet of different assortments of flowers. The kind the Kunoichi had only ever seen when she took the time during her free moments in the forests of Fire Country to explore and commit to memory. We those for her. Naruto grinned in response to her captivation when her eyes noticed the flowers he had picked out on his impossible for anyone other than Naruto lunatic dash back to the border and handed them outward for her to take. For you, Temari-chan, I figured since soon as in the desert you don't have few, if any, flowers, so I ran all the way back to Fire Country the border, and with QB's help found and picked some of the best flowers we have to offer. I hope you might have liked them since I decided to ask Gaara and Kankuro about a few of your interests, and they told me botany. So yeah, now you have pretty flowers and some specimens to study. The boy blinked softly, with the faintest of hopes that he managed to do something correct and worthwhile for the beauty that stood opposite of him. Do you like? He ran all the way back through the desert, asked my brothers about my interests, just to pick some flowers to give to me, and the fact I interested in botany. To say the very least, Temari was indeed touched deeply that on their first date, the shinobi would go through so much trouble just to provide a nice gesture of affection for her. He went to retrieve something so simplistic and yet so very precious to her as wildflowers in the outlying forests resting on the border of their two countries, despite the danger of sound watching his every movements no less. I love Naruto-kun. Thank you. Reaching to take the set assortment of love, she retreated back into her room to place them in a water container so as to survive the night. On her return, a warmth could be felt radiating from her angelic figure. You didn't have to. Naruto, however, decided to cut her off there and shake his head. I know Tamari-chan, but I wanted to besides I even cooked us dinner. He grinned, holding up the basket of various foods he had prepared, considering his previous culinary masterpiece was devoured by the greedy hunger of two of his friends, a dog, and Kiba's sister. Taking her hand with his free one, those eyes would glance up as he spoke. Complete the seals with me. As she nodded in a flushed manner, the two found themselves the result of a completed teleportation jutsu shared, whisked away into Suna night. Naruto-kun. Once again, the number one Maverick Ninja had managed to obtain a surprising upper hand, shocking the usually open Kunoichi. Once the teleportation was complete, their bodies manifesting in the physical once more. Those eyes understood only that she was loving every second of this date so far. The instant Temari decided to open her eyes, she was greeted by a moonlit sky mingled with a plethora of brightly shimmering stars, not a single cloud in sight, as a gentle breeze whistled lowly, pushing some of her unrestrained strands followed its course. A pool of crystal water reflected the luminous orb above as a faint balance of grass and sand could be noticed, along with the occasional sight of palm trees looming over her slender frame and that of her lover. But how? While I was making my way through the desert to go pick those flowers for you, Tamari-chan, I got tired and decided to take a break. Lucky for me, I just happened to find an oasis. Either way, after I saw it, QB told me that it would be like a different world if we came here at night, and the more I thought about it, which I did, I thought it might be the perfect place for our date. Sort of like making it our spot or something. So what do you think, Tamari-chan? While he was explaining how he knew where the oasis was, he didn't bring up the fact that he linked a bit of his and QB's chakra to teleport to that location on will, and decided that right now was the best time to remove a cloth sheet and lay it over the balance of sand and grass, so they could eat. No, done. Elsewhere, a certain perverted Sannin was enjoying a moment considering what posable trouble two blonde ninjas could get into, and using it as inspiration for his next Ica Paradise novel, before glancing down to the extra baggage that happened to threaten him into tagging along. You do know that you've lost him, right? Hi. However, an inner voice happened to scream, PSH. Yeah, right. As time passed, both Naruto and Temari could be found in each other's arms, gazing at the sky longingly. You know, Temari, every time I used to look up at the sky, I chose to and used those to remind me of my dreams. Naruto had no rational idea why he decided to bring this particular topic up. However, as he wiggled his arm and chopsticks to grab a dumpling for the lovely addition sitting in his lap, he could only think about how cute she looked as he fed her. Hee, I guess Temari-chan likes my cooking. Correction, Kit, she likes our cooking. Shut up, you baka Kit, soon. I'm trying to enjoy my date. Harsh, Kit. Harsh. If you shut up and go to sleep, you stupid fox, I promise I'll finally call you Otosan. Deal, Kit. While this mental transaction was occurring, Temari was adjusting herself in the boy's lap while chewing on the dumpling she had been offered and fed. She heard that his cooking was something comparable to a good restaurant eating out, but now she understood. It almost brought a tear to her eye with the complexity of flavor and savory taste. It was just a dumpling, for crying out loud. I think Naruto-kun's going to be making the dinner for the next year or so. It was about that time she finished the dumpling and decided to draw her attention to the many glittering celestial bodies that occupied the sky and smile. Taboho Kage is definitely one of them. So what's your second dream, Naruto-kun? Naruto blushed faintly, amplified by the moon's pale radiance, as he glanced down for a brief moment and lost himself toward an affectionate smile. To love someone and be loved by someone. And with that said, and noted, the grinning teen decided to steal a quick kiss, but found it to be of a more lingering passion than he previously intended. Not that he was complaining. The instant she felt those lips against her own, she returned. At the same time, she listened to those words and began to think back to how far out that dream must have been for him until recently, since the only person he ever loved before her was a pink-haired twit that neglected him for that bastard Uchiha. Then I suppose the only thing left for you is to become the Hokage then, isn't it? Yeah. Naruto-kun. Yes, Temari-chan. Do you think the water is deep enough for a swim? Yeah, but WH-. Then join me for a swim. Removing herself from that rather comfortable position with a touch of regret, slender digits would slide the rather delicate fabrics of her kimono coat from atop her body to the ground, slipping herself from the restraints of fishnet stockings and a mini skirt. And even the form-fitting tee? It seemed that Temari was prepared to tease on this particular date, having decided to not wear a bra and simply walk herself toward and then into the cool waters in just a thin line of panties. Well, are you coming, Naruto-kun? How could he refuse? Following the example set for him, Naruto removed all but his boxers and entered the waters as well. Something about this seemed so awkward in his mind, like something the old pervert back home would just die to peep at, and yet something about it felt so natural, knowing this moment was being shared with a certain someone. Temari-chan, thank you for being someone who could love me, and in return, someone I could love. It took a moment for him to realize he was staring at the said woman. At last, it took her voice to draw him from such a stare. See something you like, Naruto-kun? Nah, I do see someone I love, though. That was so corny, Naruto-kun, sweet, but corny. It still made you blush. Hee. And so it was that the remainder of their date continued on in the various aspects of casual conversation, a case of water tag kiss and touch style, as well as another glance to the stars. So eventually the couple had to resign themselves from the water and begin to dry so as to return. When a certain Leaf-Neen moved to grab his clothing, however, he was scolded with a playful reprimand, causing him to blush profusely. Don't. You're not going to need them tonight. Anyway, Naruto-kun. Smiling even as she used an agitated voice of command, it was just good to know that even at the most random of moments, she could still be in charge. Besides, this was definitely considered as a good date. Naruto earned what was coming, or rather, she earned it after the record seals for a rather nifty teleportation jutsu. The almost nude figures of two Rahi wanting, inexperienced blondes appeared right in front of rather familiar lavender door. This time, however, Kinkaro W.S. simply leaving his room to get a glass of water. The first and only thing he noticed was that his sister was wearing nothing more than her panties and Naruto was in his boxers. Once again, pain surged through his eyes as he found himself devoid offside and scrambling back into the sphere of his room. Oh God, my eyes! Which was all he warning needed for a certain redhead in the middle room to line his room with sound to create a soundproof barrier. Moving on, as the couple entered Temari's room, the woman just so happened to close and lock the door to ensure they were allowed their rightful privacy. She could feel the soaked fabric between her thighs and wanted to be rid of them soon. Being so withdrawn in her own thoughts, it came as a surprise when she noticed the fact that Naruto was already taking lead of the situation. Naruto-kun. It appeared that while Temari was closing up and thinking, Naruto had reviewed her body with a growing desire to do something. Supple breasts highlighted by erected nipples, a smooth and softly toned stomach accented with lovely curves, undeniably captivating hips attached to beautiful legs. It was all so wondrous to behold in the full light and triggered a rather animalistic instinct as far as what he needed to be doing. Even Naruto found himself surprised mentally when he moved on a spur-of-the-moment impulse, pinning his Japanese goddess against her own door and capturing her attention with a demanding kiss of passion. Curiously, Those hands found themselves sliding down her sides to rest right above the hip. All the while he understood only two things. She was responding to his kiss, and there was beginning to be a rather hard area growing in his pants again. It didn't take long for the genin to follow up on his actions, discontinuing the kiss with a rather disappointed touch in his heart. But when his tongue began to slide from those thin, curved lips down the length of Temari's neck, everything felt right again. Oh God, I have no idea what I'm doing. It's like I know what to do, but I've never done this before. It's like I have an instinct or something. Wait, why the hell am I thinking about this? After this night, when given any particular thought about it, Naruto would come to discover that this was instinct, fox-like, being represented in a rather humanish manner. Acting on the surprisingly helpful desires and thoughts roaming inside his head, both hands would rewind along their previous course and find themselves cupping the fruit of his lover's chest. Feeling her breasts with a gently squeeze, Naruto found himself lowering his tongue, still while giving her lovely endowments a lustful massage. To his satisfaction, this received a soft moan of pleasure along with a surprised gasp from his rough and slender vixen. And Naruto-kun, her voice was soft and her body was indulging in the pleasure of his touch, wondering exactly how her little ninja happened to know what to do. As much as the commanding aspect of Temari's nature wanted to reach out and take control of this situation, she was having no qualms with enjoying hers. Her arms found themselves wrapping loosely around the boy's frame, digits sliding down his back affectionately, while escaping soft moans in praise of his foreplay. Naruto-kun, use your mouth. While she could feel the cool touch of his hands, she was intent on feeling his tongue. Hell, his whole mouth if she could get him to use it on two separate areas, one of which he was already playing with. In the moment, Naruto complied, having some vague indication of what she meant, sliding his mouth over a playfully erected playmate into his mouth, suckling happily. Lingering on this delightful experience for a minute or so, the unruly mess of hair could be seen traveling down the lines of Temari's body. Deeper and slower breaths, squeaking moans, and the urge to do more came to mind, at least until his momentum was halted by an aggravating article of clothing. Temari's hands moved down slowly, almost trembling as she guided his own to lower that last piece of clothing. The only thing Naruto understood after that was the fact his face was being pushed rather forcefully into a rather private area, tasting a rather unique moisture for the first time in his life. Oddly enough, he didn't mind, and found himself egged on by the screaming voice of a horny teenage woman saying, "Lick, lick, lick, Naruto-kun lick." And so, obviously he moved to continue pleasing, allowing his tongue to roam freely and her body to weaken under the pleasure of this one going down on her. After a period of time, his knees gave out and Temari found herself falling, knocking the boy down as she forced him into a rather passionate kiss between the haggard breathing and sweat dripping from her pleased body. But that wasn't all. "Asu, Naruto-kun. I love you too, Temari-chan." With the exclamation of their love complete, the Rahir anxious Temari found herself literally ripping the boy's boater from his body and positioning herself to ride his rather large ninja for the remainder of the night. Of course, there was a moment of adjusting and blood flow. She was still a virgin, you know. And all the while, as the two lovers found themselves captivated in attempting newer positions, until their stamina ran out and their voices could no longer scream in the heat of their passion for the other, Kankuro was laying in the fetal position, crying, never in his life wanting to hear two people have sex again.